Hello, and welcome to Tomb Raider 4 The Last Revelation Remastered. Hey there, Lidus. Teach Von Croy a lesson. Well, I'm going to let him win first, because I'm going to show both outcomes. How's it going, Lidus? Oliver, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. How's it going, Oliver? Let's go destroying some UNESCO heritage sites with Lara. Lidus, remember a joke Mo Amer said? He was like, sorry sir, but your accent, are you English? The other guy, I'm not English, I'm Aussie. You hear other people, oi, 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 like they are freaking minions. He killed you. Yeah, I mean, that's usually a cry that happens when there's a sports game going on where Australia is playing. Um, but I'm sure there's some Australians that use it in general greeting, like when they enter a room. Hey there, Mr. Goatee. I'm doing well, thanks. Things are going good. How about yourself? You're doing well, Lidus. That's excellent. I'm glad to hear that, dude. That's awesome. Olivia woke up like an hour ago at 6:30 a.m. now. Oh, so bright and early. Very, very early. Well, I hope you had a good sleep. You're getting ready for work? That's totally fair, Oliver. Yeah. Well, I hope that you have a great work day today when you go to work. I am, thanks, Lidus. Yeah, I'm going good. Yeah, I've been looking forward to starting this playthrough. And what we're going to be doing is, as I go through the game, we're going to be showing the new graphics and the old school graphics. So in a moment, what I'm going to do is, for this intro part, I'm going to actually switch to the old school graphics to show the difference and not talk over it. I just need to hear the timing of the music because I want to make sure that the graphics change to the old graphics to show the comparison happens when a certain point in the music actually stops as well. Like, there's no camera, don't go there, go here. What are you doing? You gotta go this way. It does, Oliver, yeah. Yeah, camera does have a mind of its own. Yeah, I do believe this was the first game in the series where they started to use the camera like it was moving through environments and stuff like that. So they wanted to show that off in the intro here, but also in certain openings to levels, it'll sort of like, go through and glide through, which I think was really cool. And people, when they've done their fan-made games and levels using the Tomb Raider editor, they've also utilized that too, as well. It's time for upscale revelations, baby. Fuck Von Croy. Hey there, McChimpy. Welcome on in. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression. This is my favorite Tomb Raider, so it's good to see this remastered. Lidus, there are two parts to choose from in this game. How do you mean, Lidus? Like, I know that there's winning the race against Von Croy and losing it. Okay, I'll worry about the options and that. Latest one was time something. Once you start the game, you'll see. Oh yeah, the times exclusive level. Yeah, yeah. No, I'll just be playing through the main game for this playthrough. All right. So when the music hits a certain point, I'm going to change to the old school graphics to show what it looks like. All right, and there we go. That was a comparison between what the graphics in this part look like versus the old school graphics. Yeah, Lidus. So as McChimpy said, the Times exclusive was just a bonus level. It's not in the actual main game itself. And for these remasters of the games, any expansions that they did or anything extra like that, they added as part of it instead of having it as a separate thing you needed to get. But yeah, it's just a bonus level type thing that was supposed to be a promotional thing with the Times newspaper, I think it was. But yeah, you can get it in the old version, but it wasn't something that was bundled with the game. At least not in the first release, as far as I'm aware. You love this game, Lidus. The music is atmospheric. It's amazing. It really is. Absolutely, you know. That's what I like about having this part where the camera's moving through everywhere as well. It was a departure from usually what happens at the start of the Tomb Raider games. For me, when I first played this game, because I hadn't played the other ones, I didn't realize the differences that this one introduced. It wasn't until I went back and played the ones before it that I realized how much stuff had actually changed since the first game had come out, when even coming to this game as well. Gladys, you remembered an Ego Raptor quote about Mega Man X, but he exaggerates in a weird yet funny way. It's funny people equating that with things like video games. It's like, that's fair enough, I guess. But that's one way to express enjoying a game, I suppose. Hey Daniel, welcome on in, dude. I'm doing well, thanks. Things are going good. How about yourself? Hey there, Shin. How's it going today, dude? Welcome on in. Let's have a look at what options we have. Alright, so let's go into audio. Alright, so subtitles on, of course, which is good. Music volume and sound effect volume. I'll turn the sound effect volume up just a little bit higher because sound effects will also include dialogue as well. Now graphics. Okay, so retro FPS. That's interesting. I might just keep it at that because I will be switching as we go through the game from old school graphics to new, so I'll just keep that. I'll turn pick up highlight off. That just means that when you're near something you can pick up, or when you're near something you can actually interact with, it'll actually appear with an icon on the screen just to let you know you actually have Lara positioned correctly. But I'll turn that off for old school style stuff. And action indicators, I'll turn that off as well. It's a similar kind of thing, except for actions like levers and stuff. I'll turn boss HP bars off. Leave that on. Leave that on. Quick save is on. Interesting. That's interesting that it's quick save. I'm going to go old school and go off. Ammo count, I'll go off as well for that. Lattice, you totally agree with me, but man, why? It wasn't necessary, but it sure was funny, unexpected quote. Oh, absolutely. Definitely. I can definitely see the humorous side to it. That's for sure. Because humor by exaggeration is definitely something that I can appreciate as well. Lattice, oh god, now you heard that quote in Bane's voice. You're going great, Daniel. That's awesome, dude. Time to rescue more antiquities. McChimpy, Retro FPS has it locked at 30 for new graphics, you're guessing? Weird. Quite possibly, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't really know about that. It's interesting to have that as an option. So, yeah, because this game has cutscenes that aren't FMV sequences, it means that I want to actually show those in old school versus new school graphics as well. So I think the easiest thing to do is just let it play out until it gets to a certain point and show it in the new graphics, make a save, and then start a new game with the old school graphics, just at least for this first part where we actually have the little intro as well.
And so, we breach the sanctum of the ancients, the first footfalls in this tomb for centuries.
This place gives me the creeps, after you.
Here we go, the first save that I've ever done in the remastered version. McChimpy, you know that if you have that off, it just matches your monitor refresh rate. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't have to worry about the monitor side of things, so it'll probably just match the television refresh rate that I've got as well. So like in the other remasters, when it comes to the actual FMV sequences, they haven't done anything to change the graphics as in from the ground up or anything. What they have done though is they've got rid of pixelations around the edges of things and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of like what things look like in those FMV sequences, it's pretty much the same thing. It's only in actual gameplay stuff where they have made obviously a lot of changes for the remastered graphics. So now that I've saved after that little part here, I'm going to exit out and then show that little snippet that we just saw, but in the old school graphics.
And so, we breach the sanctum of the ancients, the first footfalls in this tomb for centuries.
This place gives me the creeps, after you.
All right, and there we go. That's that little bit with the old school graphics as well. So now switch back to the new graphics, and we're going to go into photo mode, and I'm going to go through the layout of the level. And as we go through with the photo mode camera, I'm going to be switching back and forth periodically between the old school and new school graphics. Oliver, huge moment. Oh yeah. Wonder how many saves I'll do in this playthrough. Probably a lot as well. Big Chimpy, Tomb Raider 4 always had the best FMVs anyway. That is so true. By 1999, the quality of FMV sequences had greatly improved, which is crazy because it's only 3 years after the first PlayStation 1 games that were using it, so. But as her face is so stretched out, you remember you had to find 8 skulls in this stage. Man, Tomb Raider enjoyed their secrets. That's true. Yeah, there's the skulls in this stage, and then there's other secrets throughout the game. This playthrough won't be covering getting all the secrets and stuff, but you may still see me actually get some as we go through the game, especially if they're ones that give us, bonus ammo and stuff like that. All right, so I'll hold it there so I can actually catch up on chat. Linus, does it matter? You mean, does it do anything? Not really, no. If you get all the secrets in this game, I don't think there's any special thing that you unlock. And when it comes to like collecting these ones in the flashback levels, it's just part of getting 100% if you want to get all the collectibles. Whereas the other secrets in the game are more like, oh, you found a secret spot, here's some ammo and here's some health and stuff that you can pick up. Oh, Lara has a belly button, you didn't know that. I mean, don't we all? Oliver, it's beautiful. It really is. The way that they've done the new graphics is really, really good. Keeping the original intention of a lot of the stuff, but recreating it in the remastered graphics and stuff. It's so funny too with looking at the character models. So I'll be doing that too as we go through. I'll be showing the differences in character models, not only of Lara and other characters, but also enemies and things like that too. I'll show the remastered graphics and the old school comparisons. Hey there, Amanda Nicole. How's it going for you today? Welcome on in. Glad that you know something both new and old. Amazing. That's true. Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of nostalgia for the old school graphics and stuff like that. And I still remember playing this for the first time as well, back when it was pretty new. Hey there, Spectrum. It's going well, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? Kyle X didn't have a belly button. Who's Kyle X? I don't actually know. But yeah, I'm sure there's some people in the world that don't have a belly button. Maybe they were born that way, or maybe there was something that happened. But yeah, Lara has one, I guess. Oh, it was a TV show. Don't want to spoil it. Oh, that's fair enough. I thought you meant it was like a real person. All right, I need to change the controls because they're not the way that I like them. I'm going to keep tank controls because I tried modern controls with the other remasters. Combat mode, toggle. Dash mode, hold. Duck mode, hold. Yep, that's all good. Slide to run. What? Slide to run. That's weird. Okay, shortcuts. All right, photo mode. Wait, you're telling me I can't? Oh, yes, I can. Hang on. The road. Go up the top here. Change controls. All right, that's better. Okay, so run, back, left, right, walk. R1, that's what I want. Jump, here we go. I want jump to actually be X, and I want action to be square. There we go. Draw weapon, yep. Look is L1, yep, that's fair enough. Roll is 2. Duck is L2, yep. R2 is dash. L3 is secondary. Alright, cool. There we go, that's better.
Careful, all is not as it seems. Concealed traps and pitfalls await the unwary. You must stay close and follow my instruction. Careful, all is not as it seems. Concealed traps and pitfalls await the unwary. You must stay close and follow my instruction. Good men have died for the information contained herein, and cruel men have bartered the information for their own ends. For this we must respect it. We will not deviate from its route, and you will not deviate from my instruction. This way. Careful, all is not as it seems. Concealed traps and pitfalls await the unwary. You must stay close and follow my instruction. Good men have died for the information contained herein, and cruel men have bartered the information for their own ends. For this we must respect it. We will not deviate from its route, and you will not deviate from my instruction. This way. The first obstacle, a small hop to test your, how do you say, pluck. Press and hold walk. Now push forward. The first obstacle, a small hop to test your, how do you say, pluck. Press and hold walk. Now push forward.
Oh yeah, Oliver, that's definitely no worries at all. I hope that work goes well for you today. Thank you for stopping in for a little bit and chatting before you head off to work. Hope you have a good one. See you later, Lara Gator. See you in a while, Croft while. That doesn't actually work. Crocodile, there we go. Spectrum, you're well, it's been a good day. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that, Spectrum. Hey there, Ryu. How's it going today, dude? Spectrum, you're under a wind advisory. That scares you more than any storm, except a tornado. It's scary because you're surrounded by large trees. Oh, damn. Yeah, I don't blame you, Spectrum. I hope that it'll be okay. That's definitely understandable to feel that way, especially if you've got those trees, because you never know, because a lot of those, get knocked down and stuff. Lightus, oh god, shut up. You wish you could skip these things. The funny thing is, you actually can, but I tried to actually skip it there, but it didn't actually work. So maybe in the remaster they stop you from being able to skip it. Or maybe, even in the old school game, they didn't let you skip it until you got to a certain point, maybe. Code, welcome on in. Well, you played Red Dead 2 for 2 hours and uninstalled. Controls, QTEs, quality of life things missing. Some things should not be brought to PC unless they are done right. Oh, that really is a shame, Code, that the PC version of Red Dead 2 isn't going well. I'm assuming, yeah, the PC version. Yeah, Oliver and Daniel, that didn't actually work well. Croft while. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, Ryu. That's excellent, dude. So we've reached the point where I actually stopped showing the differences between old school and new school when moving the camera through photo mode. Now that we actually have Lara and Von Croy positioned there now, I'm going to go back to actually showcasing through photo mode the differences between the old school new school graphics. So I'll be doing this as we go throughout the playthrough. So this is going to be a long playthrough. So it's going to be very thorough. Code, hopefully you can get your monies back. Well, hopefully so, dude, for sure. That is a shame though, because it is such a great game. Hey there, Keone. How's it going today? Welcome on in. So we'll get Lara to that spot in gameplay before going ahead and doing the photo mode comparison between the graphics in the next part after that. So as you can see, there's a lot of markings on the walls in this area that in the old school graphics are very, very hard to make out exactly what they are. So seeing them in the remastered graphics with that extra detail added, so you actually see what it is and how it pops out a little bit more as well. So you can get the idea that they're not just flat images on the wall, but they're supposed to actually be carvings that have some kind of like 3D bump and stuff around it as well. Hey there, Zereth. Welcome on in. Rest in peace, Lara. Not yet, no. Um, this playthrough is going to be time consuming enough, let alone having Lara die randomly and stuff. I'm trying to do this in a very specific way as well, so that when I'm going through with photo mode with the game camera, I'm not actually talking over the footage, just in case I end up wanting to use it for something later on as well. But at this point, at least for this flashback sequence, I want to not have the Rest in Peace Lara available.
Come, come, child, do not fear. This is merely an appetizer for the perils ahead. Push forward and jump together. Come, come, child, do not fear. This is merely an appetizer for the perils ahead. Push forward and jump together. Patience, child. Disrespect is a route to carelessness. Our route lays beyond the stream. This gap is wider, and the edges treacherous. First walk to the edge, then press forward and jump together. When you are in midair, press and hold action. You will grab the outcrop. Hold action and press up. Ah, the pace is quickening now, yeah? One more crossing, child. Or do you wish to stop for tea?
Oh, I think I can just about hold it together. Wouldn't want to spill it on your nice suit, at any rate.
This one calls for a run-up. I will go first. Be careful now, child. We have little time for incompetence. Walk to the edge, then tap back to give yourself a run-up. Now, press forward and immediately press and hold jump. Now hold down action to grab onto the ledge.
Shit, I fucked it up. I just have to replay everything up until where I got up to, because I wanted to show the old school graphics, but I saved it before actually reloading the previous save and then switching to the old school graphics and then getting back to that point again, because I wanted to put all that pit that we just saw all together, because it is a lot of dialogue. I didn't want to just do it bit by bit by bit.
You must stay close and follow my instruction. Good men have died for the information contained.
Alright, so you can skip it. Just need to press the right button. You piece of shit.
And so, we breach the sanctum of the ancients, the first footfalls in this tomb.
No, it even tells me on the screen. Hold. It didn't do that before.
Concealed traps and pitfalls.
Alright, so the actual cutscenes that aren't FMV sequences, you hold down the triangle button to skip. But scenes that are just him quickly talking, you press the left, L1 to do that. Yeah, Daniel, good call. Yeah.
Good men have died.
There we go. Because the trap actually activated when I got close, I thought, oh yeah, we'll be able to get through it once it's activated, but we have to wait for him to activate it, then it won't get activated again. Yeah, Xerath, exactly. No. That's right, Xerath, yep. Stream Elements is working again.
The first...
Alright, so it was back here before when we had the new graphics, and I showed him killing the boar, and then we saw all the dialogue, so I'll just switch to that now.
Patience, child. Disrespect is a route to carelessness. Our route lays beyond the stream. This gap is wider, and the edges treacherous. First walk to the edge, then press forward and jump together. When you are in mid-air, press and hold action. You will grab the outcrop. hold action, and press up. Ah, the pace is quickening now, yeah? One more crossing, child. Or do you wish to stop for tea?
Oh, I think I can just about hold it together. Wouldn't want to spill it on your nice suit, at any rate.
This one calls for a run-up. I will go first. Be careful now, child. We have little time for incompetence. Walk to the edge, then tap back to give yourself a run-up. Now, press forward and immediately press and hold jump. Now hold down action to grab onto the ledge.
Alright, now I've shown that part with the old school graphics. Now I'm going to reload that save that I made, because it's made where I currently am now, but without having lost the health that I did.
A useful crack, rendered by the hand of time, invisible to the untrained eye.
You're a regular superhero, Werner.
Ah yes, the Superman? There's enough comedy. Run to the wall. Now press forward and hold action to grab on. Now press right to shimmy across. Good, good. Now press forward to climb up. A useful crack, rendered by the hand of time, invisible to the untrained eye.
You're a regular superhero, Werner.
Ah yes, the Superman? There's enough comedy. Run to the wall. Now press forward and hold action to grab on. Now press right to shimmy across. Good, good. Now press forward to climb up. This is a high fall. You should lower yourself down to be safe. Turn around to face away from the door. Now press back and hold action. Let go of action to fall to the floor. This is a high fall. You should lower yourself down to be safe. Turn around to face away from the door. Now press back and hold action. Let go of action to fall to the floor. Your chance to earn your keep, Fräulein. The mechanism to activate the bridge lies at the other side of the stream. These rivers cascade through chambers and caverns deep below these prehistoric foothills. As a consequence...
Freezing, I guessed. The old gout playing up again, Werner?
This is a high... Your chance to earn your keep, Fräulein. The mechanism to activate the bridge lies at the other side of the stream. These rivers cascade through chambers and caverns deep below these prehistoric foothills. As a consequence...
Freezing, I guessed. The old gout playing up again, Werner? Your average priceless seaweed.
No prizes for you this time, Lara. Ah well, use forward and left and right to move across the surface until you reach the shore. Then press action to climb out.
Your average priceless seaweed.
No prizes for you this time, Lara. Ah well, use forward and left and right to move across the surface until you reach the shore. Then press action to climb out.
Hey, little pumpkin. How's it going? Welcome on in. As you can see, I'm finally streaming Tomb Raider 4 Remastered. How's it going? Hey there, Max. How's things going, dude? Welcome on in.
Look for a lever or pressure pad. There must be one close by. When you find it, use action to activate it. Look for a lever or pressure pad. There must be one close by. When you find it, use action to activate it.
Oh, you just woke up, little pumpkin? That's fair enough. Hope you had a good rest. Max, good day, going well. About to go to sleep in a few. Well, I'm glad to hear that you've been going well, Max. That's awesome. I hope that you get some good rest when you go to sleep. Little pumpkin, you need a few more hours for your brain to function properly. Definitely can understand that for sure. Absolutely.
You will catch your death in those clothes, my dear. A quick sprint up that ladder will dry you out again.
Such concern. I never knew you cared.
Dear Lara, you are a valuable asset to the quest.
You are romantic, you.
Yes, quite.
Plus one, I don't think Lara's parents would appreciate you killing their daughter while she's on an expedition with you. Little pumpkin, yeah, you finally got enough sleep. How about you? Oh, nice, that's good. As for me, I had some good rest, and my day's going well. It's good to get to this game finally. They made the game a lot darker. Yeah, that's with the other remasters too. There's certain areas where the brightness of areas is actually much darker than it was in the original as well.
You will catch your death in those clothes, my dear. A quick sprint up that ladder will dry you out again.
Such concern. I never knew you cared.
Dear Lara, you are a valuable asset to the quest.
You are romantic, you.
Yes, quite.
Absolutely, little pumpkin. Definitely happy to play this. Daniel, that's a good call. The Tomb Raiders were very well lit. That's true, yeah. I know in the other remasters too, certain key items that you needed in the new graphics were camouflaged and blended in with the background, whereas in the original version they stood out. So they had to fix some of those things in the other remasters. So I imagine there's probably been some attempt with these ones to make sure that that isn't the case, but things might still slip through, of course, as well.
Walk up to the ladder. Now press and hold action to climb up onto it. Keep this button pressed and use forward to climb to the top.
Alright, now that we've actually got access to this next area, I'll continue showing the differences in photo mode with the graphics, the old school and the new school. Because before this area past here wasn't actually available. The pumpkin, they did light up the items so they were seen. Yeah. Yeah, there was some though in the original release of the other remasters that wasn't actually that way in the new graphics, so people missed the keys that they needed. Little Pumpkin, you didn't actually realize it's darker now until you got to Alexandria. Oh, that's fair enough too, yeah. Sometimes it just depends on what the level looked like originally and then what they've done to remaster it versus what a different area might be originally versus what they remaster it.
There will be another lever up there. Pull it, then get back down here quickly. The quest is nearly at an end. Swiftly across the vines now. Press jump, then hold down action to grab onto the bars. Now press forward to swing across. Don't let go of action or you will again be for the plunge. Walk up to the ladder. Now press and hold action to climb up onto it. Keep this button pressed and use forward to climb to the top. There will be another lever up there. Pull it, then get back down here quickly. The quest is nearly at an end. Swiftly across the vines now. Press jump, then hold down action to grab onto the bars. Now press forward to swing across. Don't let go of action or you will again be for the plunge.
Hey there, Stan. Thank you so very much, dude, for the 20 months in a row. That's really awesome. Thank you very, very much for that. And thank you for using your Prime as well for that too. Muchly appreciated. Did you hear Tomb Raider developers started selling hot dogs remastered? Nice one. Nice play on words there, Stan. I like it. Hot dogs remastered. Food Eater. The Last Restaurant remastered. Hey there, Thundercats. Welcome. When did this game come out? You can't find it anywhere. Yeah, as Stan says, it's been out for a couple of days now. And I do believe it's on all systems. PlayStation, Xbox, PC, and the Switch as well. Alright, so I love how there's the reference to Indiana Jones with this dead skeleton here, with the fedora on the ground, and also his whip in the other hand.
There is no mention of this in the texts. I fear this must be opened internally. We must enter through the grate and be wary of snares.
I presume by we, you refer to me.
Yeah. My heavier frame may activate traps you will pass unnoticed.
How convenient.
There is no mention of this in the texts. I fear this must be opened internally. We must enter through the grate and be wary of snares.
I presume by we, you refer to me.
Yeah. My heavier frame may activate traps you will pass unnoticed.
How convenient.
Little Pumpkin, how convenient indeed. It really is. Almost as if this is a video game designed to make sure that certain things are accessible by one character but not the other.
Stand facing the grate. Now, press and hold the crouch button. Push forward to crawl into the gap. Be alert.
No matter how many times I play this game, this always gives me chills when Lara finds her signature backpack, or what would end up becoming her signature backpack, as one of the key elements of classic Lara. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome on in. How's it going today?
Stand facing the grate. Now, press and hold the crouch button. Push forward to crawl into the gap. Be alert.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's just a secret. I thought it was a health kit. Oh, that's great, Lucas. I'm glad to hear that you're going all right. As for me, I'm doing well, having a good day so far. Plus, it's good to finally start the playthroughs of these remasters. Rod, it would actually help if you interacted with the lever. I've got so many things going on in my mind right now about making sure I'm getting the portions of the game shown with the old school graphics versus the new without accidentally saving before showing how things look the other way around.
Ah, a backpack. Let us hope it does not hold the same luck for you as its previous owner.
I make my own luck, Werner. What now?
Indeed, Lara. Before Shay Cormac would say that in Assassin's Creed Rogue, Lara said it first. This time I actually want to get a close-up on Lara's face as she says that dialogue.
Ah, a backpack. Let us hope it does not hold the same luck for you as its previous owner.
I make my own luck, Werner. What now?
Now it begins. The eyes of the ancients are upon us, and their vengeance is wrathful. We must move quickly. When running, press and hold sprint to gain extra speed. Dive through the gap. Dive through the gap. Press jump to perform a diving roll.
Hey there, Coffee. How's things going? The difference between the original graphics and the remastered is like night and day. It well and truly is. Absolutely. It's great to see the rendition of environments and things in the new graphics. Plus the addition of stuff like when there's no openings in ceilings in the original version where there should be light coming from it. Whereas in the remastered, they actually add the opening in the ceiling so that it makes sense as to why the light is coming out. Titanic, the first time you heard that was in the movie Titanic. Oh, really? They say that in Titanic? I never actually watched the whole movie of that because I found it boring. But this was back when it came out. Plus, I didn't like Leonardo DiCaprio when I was a teenager because I felt like all the movies that he was doing were just romantic movies, which had no interest in. So I was like, if this is all he's going to do, I'm not going to be interested. But as I got older and then he started doing more variety of different roles, I actually became a fan of his.
Ah, a backpack. Let us hope it does not hold the same luck for you as its previous owner.
I make my own luck, Werner. What now?
Now it begins. The eyes of the ancients are upon us, and their vengeance is wrathful. We must move quickly. When running, press and hold sprint to gain extra speed. Dive through the gap. Dive through the gap. Press jump to perform a diving roll.
Alright, I forgot to actually go through first with photo mode through a few areas ahead, and then switch between the old school and the new school as I do that. So I'll just backtrack now and do that. Unfortunately, I can't change the brightness for the parts of the remastered graphics where it's not too bright when it's showing images. Little Pumpkin will be able to have a fashion show. So you can't actually access the outfits until you've finished the game once. Or maybe not in the new one. Interesting. Yeah, actually no. The only thing I can do is toggle sunglasses on or off at this point. But yeah, once you finish one of the games in the remastered trilogies once, you can actually access the outfit change for the other games as well. So yeah, for now, the only thing that we can actually change outfit-wise is whether sunglasses are on or off. So once I do this playthrough, we'll have that back again for Chronicles and Angel of Darkness.
The Garden of the Five Towers. To the right, the path of the heretical. To the left is the route of the virtuous.
You know me, Werner. A regular virtuoso.
Hey, Mr. Goatee. Tomb Raider is going really well. It's going good. The Pumpkin, oh, you're able to change it, but maybe when she's an adult you didn't check. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's true too, as well. But I know in the remasters of 1, 2, and 3, you had to finish at least one of the games once before the game lets you actually switch. Lucas, what's my favorite Tomb Raider game? This one right now, Last Revelation. So I've definitely been really looking forward to playing the remaster of this one. That's for sure. Coffee, you wonder if they fixed the loading times in Angel of Darkness, maybe by merging the maps? That's actually a good point. I wonder if they have too. Wouldn't be surprised if they had. It'd be cool. Mr. Gote, nice. You're playing Ninja Gaiden 2 Black for a tiny bit while you got me in the background. Oh, very nice, dude. That's good. I'm glad that you're going well. It sounds like you're enjoying the game.
The Garden of the Five Towers. To the right, the path of the heretical. To the left is the route of the virtuous.
You know me, Werner. A regular virtuoso.
Lucas, you don't like her voice in this. That's fair enough. Hey, Shaky, how's it going? Little Pumpkin, oh, new Lara. That's true, yeah. Yeah, added another Lara emote. That one is from one of the streamer kit images. So this one looks a bit more Jolie-ish. Oh, you mean with the new remastered graphics as well? Yeah, I think they did a great job. Like, I know she's not British, Angelina Jolie, but I think they still did a good job casting her. If you watch the behind the scenes of those movies, she really put a lot of effort and work into the physicality of the role as well, doing a lot of training, both physically but also military training and all that kind of stuff as well. Which, obviously it's standard that if you're doing an action movie as an actor, you have to actually do all that kind of stuff. But still, it's good that she actually went through that and came out the other side being able to believably play someone like Lara Croft. The pumpkin is from there. That's true, yeah. There's not very many official images from these remasters for me to be able to use for things like that, except for that stuff from the streamer kit. Some of the images and the resolutions of that aren't too good for using for YouTube thumbnails. So what I'm going to do is for for the YouTube thumbnails for this game and for the other ones that have been remastered, and for the images I post on Discord when I go live, I'm just going to use photo mode in my playthroughs and then take those photo mode images and then use them. That'll give me a lot more. Little Pumpkin, can you use emotes if you're not affiliate? You still don't know how these things work. So it's very weird. Like, there's free follower emotes, but those can't be used by anyone who isn't a subscriber outside of the channel in which they're actually in. So, for example, I've got some free follower emotes that I can use, that I myself obviously can use in other people's chats. But if you're someone who wants to use the free follower emotes of mine in someone else's channel, Twitch doesn't actually let you, which is really stupid. But if you're subscribed to me and you're a follower, it's really weird. I don't know why they did it that way. They should have made it that it doesn't matter whether you're a subscriber or not. If you just follow, you should be able to use those emotes wherever around Twitch as well. But then you've got emotes like that one that you've put in, which are emotes that only subscribers have access to as well. And you can use those around Twitch wherever you want, as long as you're subscribed to the person. So it's a bit misleading how they've called some of the free follower emotes that the streamer can put in as free for followers when you can't even use it outside of the channel of which you're following that it's from. You know what I mean? Lucas, you've only seen one of her movies and it wasn't Tomb Raider. That's fair enough, Lucas. Do you remember which one it was? The first movie I saw her in before I actually watched Tomb Raider was Hackers, which was a movie that in our computer class we actually were shown and we watched. But the first proper movie that I actually watched knowing it was her was actually The Bone Collector with Denzel Washington. And that came out in 1999. And around that time, she'd been cast as Lara Croft. And so I was like, oh, cool. Lucas, girl interrupted. She's in a mental hospital. Oh, yeah, the one with Winona Ryder. Yeah, I still need to see that one, actually. That's one of hers I haven't watched. Bill Pumpkin Angelina did a really good job with Lara. She really did. And she also had input into some of the outfit choices as well. She even had a hand in designing the look for Lara's classic outfit and the rendition that you see in the movie. She was the one that came up with the idea to have a skull on the belt buckle, for example, and the color scheme as well, to have, the black shorts and the black tank top and things like that. Yeah, it was so cool that she had input to that as well. And I think she also had some input into the scene in the manor where she's actually doing the bungee jump, the bungee rope ballet, and all that kind of stuff. But it's been a long time since I watched the behind the scenes, so maybe she didn't come up with the idea of that. Maybe the stunt person did, stunt coordinator, I mean. But that was an interesting sort of way to do the manor scene. And I've said this before, but there were some criticisms that the movies weren't anything like the video games. And I'm like, don't you remember in the video game where Lara literally fights statues that comes to life? That was in the movie. Don't you remember the part where in Tomb Raider 2, at the end of the game, Lara's mansion actually gets raided by the enemy and she has to defend the mansion? That was in the first movie. And, you know, all the flips and stuff that she does in the games when shooting with the dual pistols, Angelina Jolie does that in the movies as well. So I've always thought, what do you mean it's not like the games?
Now it becomes interesting, yeah? You see now it is not for the weak of heart. How do you hold up, girl?
Oh, I think I could get used to this.
The door before us requires 2 people to open it. You go up to the alcove above the door. I will activate the switch down here. Push forward. Now press and hold action. When you are hanging from the ledge, hold down crawl to squeeze into the gap. Swing across to the alcove. Jump from the ledge, then hold down action to grab the vine. To release, let go of action. Now it becomes interesting, yeah? You see now it is not for the weak of heart. How do you hold up, girl?
Oh, I think I could get used to this.
The door before us requires 2 people to open it. You go up to the alcove above the door. I will activate the switch down here. Push forward. Now press and hold action. When you are hanging from the ledge, hold down crawl to squeeze into the gap. Swing across to the alcove. Jump from the ledge, then hold down action to grab the vine. To release, let go of action.
The Pumpkin, you thought it was quite like the games. Yeah, exactly. Like there's some things that the movies add and change. Like Lara never had a giant robot in her mansion that helps her train, for example. It wasn't until Tomb Raider Legend in 2006, which was quite a few years after the first movie came out, that Lara even had like a tech guy. And the first Tomb Raider movie in 2001 introduced the concept of Lara having a tech guy as an ally. Things like that were added for the movie that weren't in the games, but then the games later on incorporated them into the movie, having, in Legend, Alistair and Zip. Fuck, even Mortal Kombat 95 came up with some things while still being faithful to the franchise. Not everything is going to be a one-for-one of the games. Exactly, Ryu. There's a lot of key elements that it's good to actually have. There's also things that you can add, as long as it all actually works in well. Like, as you know, Ryu, with Mortal Kombat, Art Lean is a character that's nowhere in the games before the first movie at all. Yet his inclusion isn't just to have a new character pop up and say, hey, I'm a new character, see ya. They're actually a character that not only is new, but they also have a connection with one of the main characters, and that connection is what helps one of the main characters later on in combating the weaknesses that character has, and all that kind of stuff. So Art Lean becomes an important character in the narrative, and he wasn't in the games, so there's definitely examples of things being added to a movie adaptation of a video game that weren't in the games that still actually works quite well. Bill Pumpkin even thought, hey, this would be a great idea for the game, but you don't remember which movie. It's been a long time since you watched them. Yeah, and that's fair enough too. It's been a while since I watched any of them. I've seen all of them that they've done so far, though. I saw the first. Actually, I saw all of them at the movies. I saw the first two with Jolie at the movies, and then I saw the 2018 movie that's based on the 2013 game at the movies as well. Little Pumpkin, did you notice there's a pool of water down there in the original? Now they removed the water right below the road. Wait, you have water? You didn't have it. That's weird. I wonder if it was like a glitch, Little Pumpkin, that was coming up. I do know though that in photo mode, sometimes when you go into photo mode and show areas in one of the graphics, it changes it to not have something like that area that had the backpack that Lara finds. When I went into photo mode and showed that area, the backpack was nowhere to be seen. Lucas Girl Interrupted is actually a pretty good, intense movie. I had heard that it was a good one. There's a few of her movies that I haven't seen. Some that I've just not really had that much interest in, like the movie Wanted, for example. Little Pumpkin, well, of course the movie wasn't the exact copy of the games, but the vibe was there for sure. Exactly, yeah, they did a great job with that as well. Little Pumpkin, nope, wasn't in the photo mode. You remember you noticed something's missing. Now you want to go back and check again. That's definitely fair enough, yeah. But I do know also that there's photo mode moments where something will be one way in the old school graphics, but then when you switch to the remaster, it'll be different. Items won't be there and all that kind of stuff. Because some people tend to forget that being faithful to the source material isn't just following certain events of the lore. Exactly, Ryu, it's more than that for sure. There's definitely a lot of aesthetic stuff as well that's good to carry across.
And now for the last. You are an exemplary student, Lara, although you have not yet learned the root of all adventuring, the craving to win, at whatever cost. I throw down the gauntlet to you, my child. Whoever is first to the iris claims the prize.
Watch your back, old man. I warn you, I'll pull no punches.
I expected no less. On the count of 3. 1, 2. And now for the last. You are an exemplary student, Lara, although you have not yet learned the root of all adventuring, the craving to win, at whatever cost. I throw down the gauntlet to you, my child. Whoever is first to the iris claims the prize.
Watch your back, old man. I warn you, I'll pull no punches.
I expected no less. On the count of 3. 1, 2...
Alright, so there's something that is going to be tricky to do for this playthrough, given what I want to actually accomplish, but I'll go into that in a moment, once I catch up on chat. The pumpkin, but there are usually some differences between PC and console games too. That's definitely understandable too, and you're right, there definitely are some things that are very, very different. Mamers, thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you, I really appreciate that a lot. How's things going for you today? Little Pumpkin, okay, this race had a very different environment than the original for you. Yeah. I mean, there's probably going to be differences in the remastered graphics in terms of, like, foliage that might not be there in the original, and, like, for example, in the old school graphics, there's, like, temples in the distance that you can see, whereas in the remastered graphics, sometimes the temple in the distance is obscured by vines and stuff and tree branches that they've put in the remastered graphics, for example. So this is why what I need to do is tricky. So with this race, there's 2 outcomes. If you lose, when you get to the iris, if you've lost the race, you'll get one cutscene with different dialogue with Werner. If you win the race, you'll get different dialogue with Werner. The rest of the cutscene, though, plays out the same regardless of whether you win or lose. So I'm going to be showing both outcomes of the races, but I'm also going to be showing both outcomes of the races in both versions of the graphics. So essentially I'm going to have to go through this 4 times. Once with the new graphics and lose the race. The second time with the new graphics and win the race. And then the third with old graphics and win the race. And then fourth with old graphics and then win the race. Although maybe I'll do it the other way around. Maybe I'll do... So I can end with the actual new graphics for both versions of the cutscene. I'll actually do the old school ones first as well. Little Pumpkin, it wasn't just the graphics, it was actually very different layout of the path. Like everything was changed. You were surprised. Yeah, I haven't played these yet, so I don't really know what's going to be different in the remastered versions and stuff. But that's interesting if they've changed like layouts of stuff. Yeah, Mamers, so this is going to be very time consuming, but worth it, because I want to show the differences. But first, I also need to go through the whole area with photo mode and show the differences between new and old school. All right, and there we go. So that's showcasing the area and where the iris is with the old school graphics versus the new. And it's so cool with photo mode to be able to actually go into that area, because once you reach the trigger point at the entrance to that area, you can only see the details on that stuff in the cutscenes that are actually playing. So to actually have photo mode for the remaster to be able to go into that location without triggering that cutscene and have a up close and personal look at all that kind of stuff. So I wanted to do that, of course. Next up, we're going to go and lose this race with the old school graphics active. Then we're going to lose the race with the new school graphics, and then we're going to win the race with the old school, and then we're going to win the race with the new. So that'll mean that we'll have to do the race, of course, 4 different times, but also we're going to have to watch the cutscene 4 different times as well, because depending on whether you win or lose the race, there are differences in the dialogue that you hear from Werner and Lara, depending on if you win or lose. Little Pumpkin, but this is the surprise you were referring to the other day. Now you wonder if it would be different for you too. Yeah, as I was going through, there was nothing that popped out to me as a new route or anything like that. But having said that, though, maybe with the new school graphics, there's certain shortcuts that weren't necessarily visible 100% in the old school graphics that with the new, they've sort of made it a little bit more easier to see, maybe. But I'm just guessing there. But I couldn't really notice anything that's different. Hey there, Dr. Darling. Welcome on in. Hi, Lara. Die, Lara. Wait, where is the redemption? It's inactive for now because this is so time consuming. I wanted to focus on being able to showcase the differences in the graphics, because it's easier for me to concentrate and keep track of what I'm actually doing if I don't have to worry about interrupting with Lara dying. But once we get to the present day, after this flashback sequence, that's when I'll have it active again. Coffee, the 3D effects on the leaves look really nice. They really do. Oh yeah. It's really cool to see all that kind of stuff be improved. I mean, even bits that were added in the remaster that weren't there with those vines and stuff. Star, why does it look like she has piggy tails? Because this takes place in 1984, the opening sequences, and Lara was 16 years old at the time, and that's how she wore her hair back then. But yeah, this is a flashback at the start of the game that also acts as a tutorial to 1984 when she was 16, and then it jumps back to present time when she's in her 30s. Yeah, Star. Yeah. They wanted to make Lara visually distinct. Alright, we're going to lose the race with the old school graphics first, and then watch the cutscene, and then I'm going to skip the FMV sequence that plays because I'm going to use that as the point of restarting or reloading, so I can show the cutscene for losing with the old and the new graphics, and then show the cutscene for winning with the old and the new. So first we're going to go through with the old school graphics and lose on purpose.
not such an old man after all, yeah? Come here, child. The mechanism will require us both to release it.
The plinth inscription warns of vengeance on those who remove it.
Ah, ancient hocus pocus. Forget this nonsense and come over here.
I don't count poisoned darts and triggered entombment, your average child's tea party. I feel we should lend this some respect.
Ah, and you are the world-famous archaeologist adventurer Lara Croft, yeah? No, I am the renowned archaeologist adventurer Werner von Croy, and you will do as I say. Go to the wall and pull the lever.
What was it you said? Disrespect is the root to carelessness?
I am weary of this. Pull the lever now, Miss Croft.
On your head be it, Von Croy.
Have faith in experience, child, and you will learn more than simple...
You were saying?
My leg! My leg! I am trapped! My leg is trapped! Help me, Lara! Help me!
Hold on! I'm coming back to get you! Werner!
Alright, so I'm just skipping that FMV sequence. Okay, so it won't let me... Oh, yes, it will. Got to hold down the Y button for that part. That's right. Alright, so reload the save. And now I'm going to lose the race, but with the new graphics, and then show that. Little Pumpkin, you're going to go on YouTube and check if others also had this part changed. It may be off for a while now, have some stuff to do. That's definitely fair enough, Little Pumpkin. Thank you for being here and watching for a little bit. Definitely catch you again soon. I'll be doing a relatively long stream today. But thanks for watching. So now to lose the race with the new graphics.
such an old man after all, yeah? Come here, child. The mechanism will require us both to release it.
The plinth inscription warns of vengeance on those who remove it.
Ah, ancient hocus pocus. Forget this nonsense and come over here.
I don't count poisoned darts and triggered entombment, your average child's tea party. I feel we should lend this some respect.
Ah, and you are the world-famous archaeologist adventurer Lara Croft, yeah? No, I am the renowned archaeologist adventurer Werner von Croy, and you will do as I say. Go to the wall and pull the lever.
What was it you said? Disrespect is the route to carelessness?
I am weary of this. Pull the lever now, Miss Croft.
On your head be it, Von Croy.
Have faith in experience, child, and you will learn more than simple...
You were saying?
My leg! My leg! I am trapped! My leg is trapped! Help me, Lara! Help me!
Hold on! I'm coming back to get you! Werner!
Alright, so that is losing the race to get the little bit of dialogue difference if you lose the race, but with the old school graphics. Now, to win the race with the old school graphics on.
And so the pupil excels the master. I congratulate you on your agility. Take your prize from the plinth. You have earned it.
In the time it took you to find your way here, I've examined the inscriptions. It warns of vengeance on those who remove it.
Ah, ancient hocus pocus. Forget this nonsense and come over here.
I don't count poisoned darts and triggered entombment, your average child's tea party. I feel we should lend this some respect.
Ah, famous archaeologist adventurer Lara Croft, yeah? No, no, I am the renowned archaeologist adventurer Werner von Croy, and you will do as I say. Go to the wall and pull the lever.
What was it you said? Disrespect is the route to carelessness?
I am weary of this. Pull the lever now, Miss Croft.
On your head be it, Von Croy.
Have faith in experience, child, and you will learn more than simple...
You were saying?
My leg! My leg! I am trapped! My leg is trapped! Help me, Lara! Help me!
Hold on! I'm coming back to get you! Werner!
Alright, and now to win the race in the old school graphics. Mamer's the face. Yeah. It's funny too, because this was the first game in the series where they actually had the characters with mouth movements. Very crude, but the other games before it didn't have that.
And so the pupil excels the master. I congratulate you on your agility. Take your prize from the plinth. You have earned it.
In the time it took you to find your way here, I've examined the inscriptions. It warns of vengeance on those who remove it.
Ah, ancient hocus pocus. Forget this nonsense and come over here.
I don't count poisoned darts and triggered entombment, your average child's tea party. I feel we should lend this some respect.
Ah, And you are the world-famous archaeologist adventurer Lara Croft, yeah? No, I am the renowned archaeologist adventurer Werner von Croy, and you will do as I say. Go to the wall and pull the lever.
What was it you said? Disrespect is the root to carelessness?
I am weary of this. Pull the lever now, Miss Croft.
On your head be it, Von Croy.
Have faith in experience, child, and you will learn more than simple...
You were saying?
My leg! My leg! I am trapped! My leg is trapped! Help me, Lara! Help me!
Hold on! I'm coming back to get you! Werner!
Alrighty then. Star, how many times did we watch that? Yeah, so when you race Von Croy, if you lose, when you actually get to the cutscene triggered to end out the level, he'll already be there and there'll be some dialogue between him and Lara based on the fact you lost. But after that dialogue is finished, what happens next is the same regardless of whether you win or lose. So I showed losing, and then I showed winning to show you the difference in the cutscene. But for this playthrough, because it's the remastered version, I also wanted to show how both of those versions look in both new graphics and old graphics as well. So that officially makes it the longest it's taken me ever in a playthrough to actually get past those first two levels that are the tutorial levels, given the way that I'm playing through this game for the remastered version. That's true, Coffee, exactly. Yeah. And before I move on too, there's a few things that are interesting about that whole scenario too, where you have Lara warning Von Croy that the message she read warns about people who are about to, take the iris. And Von Croy is like, oh, and you're the great adventurer Lara Croft, are you? No, I am. I'm not actually quoting him exactly, but I'm just paraphrasing. And so she's like, on your head be it, Von Croy. And then, of course, he gets injured and Lara thinks that he's dead and then just runs off as well. And what's interesting about that is it foreshadows what actually happens in this game's present-day story, where Lara comes across an amulet of Horus and takes it from its resting place and actually triggers Armageddon. So she, too, ends up doing something that is causing something. And spoiler alert, Von Croy didn't actually die. He survived. And in present time, he's got a cane and walking with that due to his injury. We don't actually find out, though, how he survived until the next game after this one, which is Chronicles. And to spoil that game too, the reason he survived is because the iris is actually a teleportation device. So what we didn't see was Von Croy eventually figured out how to use the iris, and it teleported him out of there somewhere else. And so he was injured from his leg getting caught, but he lived. And at some point, Lara finds out that he's still alive. Whereas in this game, it fast forwards to present time, where Lara, at this point, already knows that Von Croy is still alive. So it's not like it's some big revelation to her. Something that's also interesting is that in the 2006 Tomb Raider game, Tomb Raider Legend, which is a reboot, you again have a part in the game where there's like a flashback to when Lara was younger, and someone that she was accompanying on an expedition ends up getting trapped, and she thinks that they're actually dead, and then leaves. But of course, in the case of this game, Lara finds out at some point that Von Croy is already alive. Whereas in Tomb Raider Legend, Lara doesn't find out that Amanda is alive until well and truly, years have passed since then. So there's a bit of a similarity between those two versions. All right, something I wanted to test. Yeah, so the outfits that are coming up in red are ones that we can't actually access until we finish the game. Whereas Classic and the ability to switch sunglasses on or off is available. The FMV version of Lara plus sunglasses is available. The young versions of Lara and the camouflage aren't available. Same with the catsuit 1 and 2. Just want to actually see what the FMV version looks like. Ah, there we go. All right. I was wondering what the difference is. I think in the classic you've got Lara's tank top has a lower neck, whereas if you go into the FMV version, it's like in the FMV. Oh no, it's the same. What's the difference then? Can't really tell what the difference is with Lara's classic versus the FMV outfit. Oh well. Switch it back to that. Alright, so for those tutorial levels, because there was a lot of dialogue between Von Croy and Lara at certain intervals, telling you as the player through Lara what to do and what buttons to press. When I was actually showing the differences between the old school and the new school graphics and gameplay, I was basically showing one version first and then reloading my save and then showing the other version and rinse and repeat as I went through. So now that we don't have a lot of that happening in the game now, from this point on, where a character in the actual gameplay will talk to Lara at certain intervals, it means now that I'm going to change up how I'm actually doing this process. So it would be really, really time consuming to do it on a part by part basis where I'm like, I'll make a save. In the new graphics, I'll do a section, then reload the other save, redo the same section in the old school graphics. Now, I could do that, but when we get to points in the game where there's a lot of stuff to do in a short amount of time, and there's a lot of stuff happening, then that would add even extra time on top. So I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to actually use that break to think about how I want to actually do the process of the old school graphics and the new school graphics in gameplay. But for now, I'll leave it on photo mode while I'm on my break, and let's have a quick look at what is actually new for this. Okay, so vignette. In the remasters of 1, 2, and 3 in photo mode, these weren't actually available. Yeah, that's right. This is the thing where you can set the camera. So there's 20 different setups that you can do where you can basically put the camera and then you can change certain things. And then so you could be like close up, I think, in the first camera. And then you could zoom back out. And then this sets the second camera. Ah, cool. And then if you put Lara in here and then move her around, then can set camera 3 there. And then move Lara up here. And then change camera to there. I'm just doing this to test it out, to see what it looks like when we actually go play sequence. Alright, so let's play the sequence and see what it looks like. Alright, so that's just the camera. Alright, so it wasn't working in the way I was thinking that it would work. But yeah, just wanted to have a quick test of that. Reset camera. Nice, X-ray Lara. Ah, okay. So, yeah. So in the classic outfit, Lara's neck of her tank top isn't angular shaped and higher, whereas in the FMV sequence it is. Okay, so that's what the difference is between the two versions of Lara. Okay, because I was kind of wondering. All right, so I'm going to leave it on this while I go and take a break. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes to continue on. Alrighty then, back from my break. The channel point redeemed for Rest in Peace Lara is now active again. So when I was on my break, I had a thought about how to approach the comparison of the old school and the new school graphics moving forward, now that we've gotten the 2 levels of the flashback tutorial finished. And in that tutorial, there's a lot of moments where Von Croy will stop and talk to you and tell you, or tell Lara through, well, tell us through Lara and vice versa, about what to do next and what buttons to press and all that kind of stuff. And so what I was doing was I was using those as points of, this is where I now reload, change the graphics, and then redo the part and then show the differences. So when I was on my break, I was thinking, do I still want to do that or not? Do I want to still do the whole flyby through the levels with the photo mode first, and then go through and do each section with the things? And I was thinking that it's probably best if I stick to that, because I've already started doing it for so much of the playthrough already. And what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to actually use a 2-save system for my approach, where one save file will be when I've saved on the old school graphics, and then the other one will be a save file where I've saved with the new remastered graphics. I'm going to show the old graphics first when I actually do sections, and then I'm going to do the section again, but with the new graphics on. And if I feel I've already shown enough of one graphics before getting to the point where I might die, or a part that gets tricky, then I'll just switch to the other save file and then continue on from there. But I still want to do the whole fly through the area with the photo mode camera and show the differences between the old and the new graphics. So I'm going to stick with doing that. But first, what I want to do is just establish the save file. So save file 1 will be old school graphics, and then save file 2 will be the new one. Alright. But the game didn't remember between the switch. Okay, so the switch is what overrides whether or not your game is in the old school graphics versus when you actually saved or not. So, but I'll still keep the 2-save system as well, because then it'll make it easier for me to keep track myself. That's something else that is great about the remasters is adding things like sand falling from the opening in the ceiling, whereas in the original version they didn't do the particle physics for that. Then you have the webbing, which in the remaster some of the webbing has been redistributed as to where it falls down and where it's connected to. And some extra cobwebs being added as well to a lot of stuff and increasing the volume of the webbing in certain spots too. So at this point in this level, the furthest I can go with the photo mode before progressing things to the next point is that room where we saw one half of the Eye of Horus that's needed. Hey there, Shaky. Lara with the hood on and the sunglasses on top as well. Just in case. How's it going? Oh, nice, Shaky. You're enjoying the graphics comparison run? Awesome. Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see the differences. After this playthrough is finished, when I do my annual playthroughs of Last Revelation, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness, I'll be having those playthroughs done with the old school graphics only, and then other kinds of playthroughs outside of that I'll have with the remastered graphics only as well. I still want to keep that tradition of playing the old school graphics of the old school Tomb Raider games for my annual playthroughs. So that's the great thing about these remasters. The only thing is, of course, if I'm doing a playthrough with these remasters in the old school graphics only, I have to keep on remembering to switch to the new graphics once the FMV sequences start, because the treatment that they've done to those FMV sequences isn't there if you see the FMV sequences with the old graphics applied. Which is why I wish they would patch the other remasters in these ones to make it that the FMV sequences are the same whether you have the old school graphics active or not before the FMV sequence starts. Lara, where's your pistols gone? Cheeky, oh really? Seems odd for there not to be a separate cutscene toggle. Yeah, like, but then again, like the FMV sequences are separate to the actual other cutscenes that you see, like when you have a character quickly interacting in gameplay and all that kind of stuff. So if you have the old school graphics selected the whole time, those parts will of course all be in the old school graphics. But once you actually get to the FMV sequences, you'll see the pixelation in the imagery. Whereas if you're playing with the remastered graphics in the gameplay, it'll stay that way in the gameplay, and then when the FMV sequence starts, it'll be with the adjustments made to get rid of the pixelation. But I think it should be like that fixing of the FMV sequences should be across both versions. It doesn't matter if you've got the old school graphics active or the new ones before it actually triggers. It should just be in that quality regardless. Like, if you're going to watch the VOD later, you missed the race, went for a nap. Oh, that's all good, dude. That's definitely understandable. I did it 4 times, actually. I showed what happens when you lose with the old school graphics. Then I showed what happens when you lose with the new graphics. And then I showed what happens when you win with the old graphics. And then what happens when you win with the new graphics. Because if you lose, you get a different little bit of dialogue at the start of the cutscene compared to if you actually win. So I wanted to showcase both of those outcomes in both of the graphics as well. It was just under 3 hours that it took me to do that tutorial, doing this playthrough where I'm taking my time to show the graphics comparison, which officially makes it the longest I've ever taken to actually do the tutorial section as Lara Croft in this game. But normally I don't stop and, do the graphics comparison, because obviously the remaster of this game only came out a couple of days ago. But it's very time consuming, so this playthrough is going to take a while. But that's okay. That's true, Shaky, yeah. Tomb Raiders 4 to 6. Shaky, ah, sweet. Glad it's finally out. Excited to see Angel of Darkness. Me too, as well. Especially because of that game and its original release, and how it's a shame that they didn't have a good release back in the day. So I'm hoping that the remasters have done a lot of stuff to Angel of Darkness to improve it. But just a quick question about that sand room. Is there a golden skull before it fills with sand? There's not a golden skull, but there is some health items. Because the golden skulls only appear when you actually do the tutorial level as 16-year-old Lara. But when you are playing in the main game as adult Lara, then the secrets are actually item pickups and stuff. Lotus, but it shows there's a golden skull if you press the pause or menu button. Yeah, that's all good, Lotus. Yeah, as far as I remember, the skulls are only in the tutorial. But of course, they do count as secrets. So if you want to get all the secrets in the game, you do need to actually get them. Alright, now it's time to go and do a flyby with photo mode, now that we've reached a new area. Shaky, revenge, you're bad, is it? Shaky, thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Lara needs a post flyby fly off. So there's a few options. We have the ability for Lara, of course, to do the classic dive and neck break. We also have that room where there's these blades that are on the sides of the walls that will come out and kill Lara. So we've got that. And then we've also got the rolling spike thing that is there as well that can actually kill Lara too. So out of those, Shaky, which one would you like to see Lara die by? Wow, there's a big difference on that wall. So glad textures look better now. Absolutely, yeah, the attention to detail, seeing the images of what was supposed to be there originally, but then, pardon me, but then seeing the remastered graphics with a lot more detail, so you really get to see what it was intended to be as well. Like there's some things where what they probably wanted to put there originally was just a very basic kind of like very small detail kind of thing on purpose. But now for the remaster, they've been able to go, right, what could we put there that could fit with the setting maybe, you know. Hey there, Extreme. I hope things are going well. How's things going? Shaky, anything level specific? The last two sound good, either or. Oh yeah, Shaky, so either or. So what I might do then is I might actually do the death by the blades coming out at the side. And what I'll do is I'll show those in for these playthroughs when a Rest in Peace Lara is actually redeemed. I might show the death twice, once in old school graphics and then once in new school graphics as well. So we'll do the blades in both old school and new school. There we go, Shaky. Thanks for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara. Glad to hear that you're going good, Extreme. That's awesome. I am, yeah, this is the new remaster of 4, and it also came bundled with a remaster of 5 and 6 as well. Going through and showing the different graphics comparison and stuff like that. Alright, as much as I would like to keep the Uzi, I'm not going to worry about reloading the save and then getting through without taking too much damage, getting the Uzi, and then getting back to where I need to go and show them in the old school graphics and new. So since I'm already here, I've just showed the old school graphics and the new cycling back and forth for this section on its own. So now what I'm going to do is reload my save and then not worry about going back to this point. So this save here should now be back at this point before then. Hey Mr. Epic, good morning. This is not Black Flag. What's the meaning of this? Yeah, at the end of Black Flag stream, I said that the next stream of Black Flag wouldn't be until not this coming Monday, but the following Monday, because this takes priority over Black Flag, the remasters of Tomb Raider 4 to 6. I was going to be starting this playthrough thinking that it was the 14th of February when it became available, but it was actually the 15th. And so then I thought, well, I'll do a playthrough of Black Flag and see if I can do it across the 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then start this Monday. But given how long it was taking in Black Flag to do what I needed to do, I decided that I would postpone the final stream of Black Flag until after this week. So it'll be Monday to Friday Tomb Raider, and then Saturday and Sunday Rise of the Tomb Raider, and then Monday, what date is it? Monday the 24th is when I'll be finishing off Black Flag. Alright, so the two items that we got that we can now combine is the two eyepieces that make up the Eye of Horus artifact or key. This was the first game in the series to have the combine two items. So combining the two eyepieces makes it the Eye of Horus. Goodbye, Simone account. Another bot account created 40 minutes ago. Fuck off to whoever is watching that actually controls those bots. Mr. Epic, just a joke. One thing you got to say, you liked the book saving thing more in the older game than what this game has. Oh, I see, Mr. Epic, you're just joking. And that's a fair point too. The first three games had a different way of menuing and showing the items that you had and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I could definitely understand liking that one better. This one, especially if you're not doing the PC version where you can just do like a quick save. I mean, this has quick save, the remaster, as an option, but I've turned it off just to have that old school experience. Okay, so now we've reached another section in this level. I'm going to now do the photo mode flyby through the areas to show the differences between the new and the old graphics. Mr. Epic, you were watching a video yesterday about Arkham Knight. Man, that game just looks so amazing compared to games that come out nowadays. What happened to all the talent, game characters, creator nowadays? They look like clay or plastic. Or game characters nowadays that look like clay or plastic. Doesn't give you much hope for the next Arkham game. I think in a lot of ways it also comes down to how much time they're actually given on the project to actually work on it, as well as sort of like what is the best and quickest way to do something that's also the cheapest way to do something. Whereas the more time you need to spend on something, the more you need to pay whoever's doing the thing, because they might need more time to make the quality the high level that they're capable of. But if the money isn't being paid to be more than what they're, getting, or whatever the case may be, like someone who has all the time in the world to perfect whatever they're working on can take the time to make it the highest of highest quality. But if you give that same person a week to do something, they're not going to be able to do it necessarily at the same quality they might be able to if you gave them 6 months to do it. So there's probably a lot of that as well that goes on board. And there's probably so many other factors too, like there's so many things that can happen or are happening, things that are unexpected that they don't realize and all that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, I think it just all comes down to money and time, essentially, but not the only things. Mr. Epic, you agree with the money thing, but the time thing is kind of hard because Suicide Squad had 7 years of dev time while Arkham Knight took 4 years. It also depends which studio, like Ubisoft took 10 years to make that mobile-looking pirate game while Rockstar, with the same amount of time, made GTA 6. Yeah, I mean, there's always different factors too, like with Skull and Bones, for example, it went through multiple different actual versions, not in the concept phase either. They would choose one thing to go with, and then they'd work on it for a while, and then eventually they'd abandon that approach and then start again from scratch, and then do that multiple times. Get different creative directors involved. One would leave the project, and then someone else would come along, and they'd have different ideas, of course. And so, over that 10-year period, it wasn't just, here's the concept, we're going to stick with this for 10 years. It was more, here's the concept, oh, we don't want to do that now, let's change it to this. A couple of years on, no, we don't like this now, let's change it to something else, as well. But each game is different, so you've got that, plus you've got whatever goes on behind the scenes, which only people who are actually behind the scenes would know. And there's only so much stuff that players would actually know and all that kind of stuff. So it's a bit hard to actually, in detail, say what caused this to happen, why, and all this kind of thing as well. So with having like 4 years of Arkham Knight, maybe everything fell into place that they needed to without having to worry too much about spending extra time to get it right or something like that. I don't know. Wicked, now that these series are out, you're kind of curious if Legends Trilogy is next on their chopping block or something else in the oven. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what they're going to do. I'd like both, actually. I would like a sequel to Angel of Darkness, and I would also like them to remaster the first reboot trilogy, Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld. Hello again, little pumpkin. Welcome back. I double checked and I can't actually access all the outfits yet. So we can change classic and have sunglasses on or off. We can change to FMV version of Lara and sunglasses on or off. Now, naturally, obviously, we can't switch the character model from adult Lara to teenage Lara, and same for version of 2. But also camouflage outfit is unavailable as yet. Same with Catsuit 1 and Catsuit 2. So in terms of like what outfits you can select for gameplay, all that there is so far is Classic, FMV, Young 1, Young 2, Camouflage, Catsuit 1 and Catsuit 2. But if you go into photo mode, so let's put Lara somewhere different for a second. Actually, hang on. However, if you go to outfit selection in photo mode only, you can go Classic, FMV, Young 1, Young 2, Camouflage, Deep Dive, Catsuit 1, Catsuit 2, and X-Ray. But the only outfits in gameplay that's actually available is Classic, FMV, Young 1, Young 2, Camouflage, and Catsuit 1 and 2. So they'll probably patch in the ability to change the character model to the other ones in gameplay at a later date, whereas they're only available to change to all those ones in photo mode. The pumpkin odd you could change. Yeah, well I don't know then, but that's all I can change into. Is just those. But the remasters 1, 2, and 3, you had to finish at least one of the games out of the trilogy once before the game lets you actually change the outfits that Lara wore in the game. Whereas for this remaster trilogy, it looks like you can't access all the outfits straight away to change Lara into for gameplay until you've actually finished one of these 3 games and then actually get it. Mr. Epic on PC, Arkham Knight looks incredible. The PC has something that consoles doesn't have. When you flap open his wings or the raindrop on the jump out, really looks good. Never saw that in other games. That attention to detail is really, really cool. All that goes a long way as well, both in detail of things like what the character's wearing, the textures of the character model, but also what are the effects of the other things in the game world to the character and vice versa and all that kind of stuff. The pumpkin, yeah, maybe it was just photo mode where you could change. Yeah, for now at least. I think it was like that with the other remasters too. X-Ray is funny. It really is. Yeah, that's from the part in Chronicles where you go through that X-ray screen section. I thought that was quite funny, actually. The pumpkin, yeah, from Chronicles. That was really cool as well. It's going to be cool to see what other outfits become available down the line as well. Mr. Epic, did you ever see that clip of Harley and Arkham versus Suicide Squad? It blew you away how bad that game was compared to the former. Not specifically, no, but I think I probably remember seeing some footage and stuff of different characters from Suicide Squad and Arkham Knight as well. I'm curious to see if his character model just completely disappears after that little cutscene is finished. I've never actually thought to go back and see if I could find him. Mr. Epic, he's younger in the remaster. That's true. Yeah, it's so funny too. The character models for other characters, seeing them in the remastered graphics versus the old. Like the remastered gives them a bit of a makeover, so they look like they're actually models that have been cast as the characters. Um, so I thought that was quite funny. Like the remastered version of Von Croy in the flashbacks to 1984. You could imagine that in his spare time he also does modeling for like an archaeologist's outfit store or something with the hat and everything. Little Pumpkin, now what do you think of the remaster so far? I'm really enjoying it. I think it's great. Just like it was with the first three games being remastered, it's really cool to see the extra detail that they add for the remastered graphics. Adding things like at the start of this level, you had the sand, which was actually falling from the opening in the ceiling, whereas in the original version, there's no sand that's actually falling from that opening in the ceiling. Things like that is really cool. It's also cool to actually make out in greater detail what an actual image on the wall was supposed to be. For example, if we look at this here in the remastered graphics versus the old, you can't really tell in the old graphics what that explicitly is supposed to be. So it's cool in the remaster to actually see that detail. And also when it comes to actual text, like in Tomb Raider 2 Remastered, when you have, sorry, 3 Remastered, where you have the cut, no, yeah, 2, sorry, 2 at the Great Wall of China when Lara's accessing the laptop. In the original graphics, you can't really make out what the text says on her screen, but in the remaster, they've made the text 100% readable, which I think is quite cool, how they've done that kind of stuff as well. Mr. Epic, this game is great and all, but damn it, where is your GoldenEye remaster or remake? Well, I think there was that fan remaster of GoldenEye or remake that was being done. Not sure what's happened with that because in the time since they started that, there's been an official re-release of the original GoldenEye, not only on Nintendo systems but also on Xbox consoles because of the whole thing of Rare being originally owned by Nintendo at that time. when the game was originally done versus later when Microsoft actually got Rare. When Nintendo didn't have the rights to actually do the original game re-released, they did the remake with Daniel Craig's version of James Bond, and they made several changes to the story and stuff too, I think, as well, to fit that too. But having a version of the original GoldenEye where you could switch between the two graphics, that'd be quite cool. Coffee Shop GoldenEye Remastered sounds like a licensing hell. It really does, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, Never Say Never, which is also a little bit of a pun because of the James Bond movie called Never Say Never Again. But Never Say Never, but it's probably going to take a long ass time for that to come to fruition because it took them long enough to work out the rights to be able to re-release GoldenEye not only on Xbox but also Nintendo consoles. So I imagine it would take a long time to actually get the rights together to do an actual remaster as well. But you never know. Mr. Epic, didn't they had to stop making because of a copyright strike? Quite possibly. I didn't really follow the project, but I do remember when I first heard about it, I thought, oh, that's a really cool idea. But I didn't keep up with it. But I wouldn't be surprised if it has, given the re-release of GoldenEye that happened a few years back now. Mr. Epic, same with the guy who made The Simpsons hit and run from the ground up. Oh, really? Had to stop it? That's a shame. I never got into that game, but it is cool that it developed a fan base because it probably is a really good game. It's just that I never really stuck with it. Not because I hated it or anything, it's just that there were other games at the time that got my attention. And then years passed, and then I never got around to replaying that Simpsons hit and run game again. But that's the understandable thing too. It's like with the Resident Evil 2 remake those fans were doing. When Capcom actually decided to do an official remake of Resident Evil 2, I think the people doing the fan remake of Resident Evil 2, didn't they have to change it to what became Dayman 1998, I think? Maybe I'm misremembering about that. But in any case, they weren't able to do it. Mr. Epic, he completed it but wasn't allowed to post it online. Oh, that's fair enough, yeah. So they probably made some kind of like compromise where it's like, we don't mind you making it and we don't mind you having it completed, but you can't post it online. But yeah, it can be very tricky with that kind of stuff. Because you got sometimes there will be an official allowance for fans to do stuff. Like obviously you've got competitions where they might be like, hey, design Lara's backpack, and the one that we think is the best design will actually have it 3D printed for you or something. Like, that's different. But I mean to say, if you were making fan movies, for example, of Star Wars, you were actually allowed to make those. As long as you weren't making money from it, you could still put one together and then release it, and then people could still see it, as long as you didn't charge money for them to see it. You know, that kind of stuff as well. So I think it's good if that kind of stuff can happen. But at the same time, like, imagine you've created something original and you've got money that you're making off of it, and then someone comes along and just takes it completely and starts making money off of it. Like, you wouldn't be like, oh, that's fair enough. You make your money based off my thing that I'm making money off that you didn't get permission to actually start making your own of. You know, like, you'd want to somehow stop the other person from taking what you've done and created yourself originally from the ground up, you know. But I feel like there should be a little bit of, you know, leeway as well, where it's like, we'll let you actually make it, but as long as you don't make money off of it, or if you want to actually have a wider release platform for it, we'll allow you to release it on our platforms, and then we'll get a little bit of money ourselves as well, but you'll still get a slice and all that kind of stuff too. But fan-made stuff, you know, I like seeing it. It's like with mods and stuff. I think it's cool that modders are able to make these changes. And some of these changes are actually things that weren't implemented officially for whatever reason or another. And you do have some examples where modders did something that was then officially recognized and added in to the console versions as well. Like, for example, Assassin's Creed Mirage. The PC version, a lot of modders came up with some mods for the parkour of that game. And Ubisoft Bordeaux, who did Mirage, actually took note of what they had done and officially incorporated the modders' changes into not only the PC version when it is bought and downloaded, but also into the console versions as well. So that has happened. So I think it's cool when that can happen too, as well. Mr. Epic, like how fans remade the original Half-Life, Valve didn't stop them and it's free on Steam. Well, that's cool. That's awesome that they did something like that. Being able to see Lara's the inside of her teeth and gums. Wicked. Wait, Black Mesa is a paid game now, by the way. Oh, is it? Oh, really? I mean, I can understand that too, if they wanted to make it that you had to pay for it eventually. Mr. Epic, you still remember Mirage, stupid achievement where you had to stay in combat for, you think, a half hour? You searched up a video and there's a place where you can stand near snakes and then you just go away from keyboard. You can get 2 achievements that way. Don't remember the other one. That's so funny. It actually makes me think to Dead Rising 1. There's actually an achievement for running a certain amount of distance. And so I remember when I did it, what I did was I found a good spot to have the character just run against the wall. Because if you hold down the control stick and the character's facing a wall, they'll keep on running on the spot. They won't just get stopped still because they're facing a wall. So what I would do is, I can't remember what I used now, but I rigged the controller so that the control stick was locked into the up position and then just left that for a bit while I was doing other stuff. And so Frank West was running on the spot for however many minutes or whatever it was. And I had the control stick locked in without me needing to hold it down for the whole time. That's what you made me think of. But that's interesting. In Mirage, I didn't realize that there's an achievement for that. What Black Mesa free at one point? Strange. Yeah. I mean, maybe initially they thought we won't make it a paid thing, but then maybe it was so popular that they were like, hang on, we've got to start making money off this now. There's a secret there, if you want to grab it. I'm not worried about secrets in this playthrough, though. I may still get some, but it's not a priority for me. The pumpkin, this level is very pretty. Definitely a lot of interesting colors that are put together as well. Like these tiles on the ground and all that kind of stuff. Mr. Epic was a free mod at some point, but then they released it in 2020 as a game. So maybe they thought, well, if we release it again, but this time as a game, then that would be a separate thing to what we had before, which was free. Little Pumpkin, wow, huge difference in that symbol. There well and truly is. Oh, absolutely. It's really great to get that detail. And it's so interesting because this is like, you got these wings of like an eagle, but coming out from the body of a scarab. And I like the bit of foreshadowing because we have these bulls here. And of course, later in the game, Lara will face off against some real giant bulls that are actually enemies and stuff. Mr. Epic, that Valve allowed them to do that is amazing. Usually the owners don't allow it. Just goes to show how good Valve is. Yeah, that is. Little Pumpkin, however, the bulls are annoying under the Sphinx, where you have to lock them in that small room. They well and truly are. Especially, too, if you do manage to have the bull get inside the room, but then you accidentally mess up on the timing of getting to the lever and also lining up Lara properly with the lever so she actually does what she needs to do to pull the lever. There's been so many times where I've got the bull inside the room and then I've gone to pull the lever, but I haven't had Lara exactly facing where it needs to, and I've pressed the button to interact, and she just stands there, and I'm like, oh, great. And then the bull comes out. Mr. Epic, try to remake Zelda on PC and watch what Nintendo does. Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's for sure. Yeah. I feel like there has to be a bit of, like, understanding from the other side of things, though, because it's like, you can't expect, like, for example, if I wanted to take Legend of Zelda and do what I wanted with it, like, I can't expect that I'm going to get no opposition You know what I mean? Like, it's not like Nintendo's going to be like, oh, that's all right, do what you want with Zelda. You know, we don't mind if you make money off our IP by doing what you want with it. You know, it's all fine, it's all good. That's why I feel like there should be a compromise where it's like, we'll sort of like, you know, have some kind of like way to showcase what people are doing and do it in such a way where it's been given the official Nintendo seal of approval. And then that way, you know, things can go from there maybe. Like, wasn't there, I think I remember when they first started doing a YouTube, they allowed certain things to be used as their IP if you're making YouTube videos, as long as they were under whatever thing they set up, and they would get ad revenue from it, and you would as well or something. I can't remember now. It's been years ago since it happened. Take it easy. I'm just needling you. Very apt with those spikes there, Mr. Epic. The pumpkin, yep, all the stuff with the bulls. That's true. Then you got that other creature at the end of the game too. Lucas, if all the puzzles were easy, it would be boring. That's true, yeah. Although, there is something to be said for wanting to just get through a game without having to spend, too much time on a puzzle. Lucas, Nintendo is ridiculously expensive. That is fair too, as well. Even years after release, it takes a while for them to even put a sale price on stuff. Look, if you look wrong at Nintendo, they will send legal team to erase you buttocks from this world. Hitmen dressed up as Mario will turn up to your to your place and just, wipe you out. Mr. Epic, yep, spikes. No worries, little pumpkin. See you when you get back. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you as well, dude. Tomb Raider is going really, really well. I've beaten my own personal record for how long it took me to get through the first 2 levels, which act as a tutorial, and also flashbacks to 1984 when Lara was a 16-year-old with Werner von Croy going on an expedition. A few minutes shy of 3 hours, given the fact that for this playthrough I'm going through with a fine-tooth comb comparing the graphics. But also in those tutorial levels, there's different intervals where Werner will actually tell you what to do as well. So I would show those in both graphics as well. And then at the end of the second level, he challenges you to a race. And if you beat him, the first part of the cutscene at the end of the level is different compared to if you actually lose to him. So not only did I show those 2 different outcomes, I actually showed both outcomes in both graphics as well. So that took a while to get through those first 2 levels. But it's going well. It's so good to see the changes that they've made. Things like having sand coming through a crack in the ceiling in the cave, that in the original graphics there's no sand falling through the crack in the cave in the ceiling. Things like that. How's things going with you, dude? And how's the rest of your Mirror's Edge Catalyst stream too? Lucas, you have a Switch. You rarely use it. That's fair enough too as well. Yeah, I don't have a Nintendo Switch. There's games on it that I would like to play, but they're only really the main, well, what are the main ones for me, which is Mario, Metroid, Zelda, and Donkey Kong. Because if there's any franchises that are on multiple consoles, then I'd rather get it on a different console than a Nintendo one. But if they're Nintendo-only characters, then they're the ones that I really want games on. Crooked, GG's on the new record. Oh, I know, right? Maybe I can come up with a challenge playthrough that will make it even longer than 3 hours. That's cool, though, that you showed so much in detail. Well, yeah, being able to show it in either graphics would add even more time. Well and truly, dude, and sometimes it's like a little sort of like step-by-step process where it's like, what do I do now? I'm starting to get into like a bit of a groove of when I switch to new graphics and old and all that kind of stuff. Like before interacting with certain objects that will create a certain change in the environment. For example, I'll make a save before I interact, do it in the old graphics first, and then reload the save, change the graphics to new, do it again, things like that. Mr. Epic, well, to be fair, when Nintendo releases a game, it's usually bug-free and amazing. Look at Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Man, those games are amazing. The only downside is the 30 FPS. But you hope the Switch 2 improves that. Yeah, that'd be good too, for people who prefer 60 FPS, to have that fixed. And they'll probably re-release those games as well on the Switch 2. Is that what the official name of it is? Because I haven't actually had a look to see information on the Switch 2. Cricket, it went pretty well. Once you got past a certain main mission, you got access to some gear and skills that really help being more efficient and faster parkour. Got 5 main missions left now, so might finish it next time. What's great is that both versions look really good and atmospheric. GG's, dude, that's great that you're getting closer to the end of it. And that's good too when you bypass a part that is so frustrating. It makes me think of games too sometimes where you try as many times as you want to get past a certain thing, and it's only until you put that aside and then go do something else and progress that you realize, oh, I couldn't do it before because I didn't have the right item or the right skill wasn't available and all that kind of stuff. So I'm glad that you're able to get to the point where that section stopped being, more difficult. And that's true too as well with the differences. It's great too because you can see what the original intention was, but was held back by the original graphics, versus bringing to life what was intended in a way where you can literally actually see it in really good detail. Lucas, it would be weird playing Mario on something like a PlayStation since he's always been only Nintendo. Actually, Mario pretty much made Nintendo a household name. That's true, Lucas, for sure. It's so funny though, because so much stuff can happen. Like I remember back when Sonic was actually a Sega only character, and when Sega were actually making consoles, and then eventually they got out of the console market, and then they started to become a third party creator of stuff. And so then you started to see Sega franchises appearing on Nintendo consoles as well. It'd probably take a lot for Mario to get to that point, but hey, you never know. Mr. Epic, how many years do you think for 8K to be a thing? You think maybe 10. Don't know if you don't know, you just call it the Switch 2. That's fair enough as well. That's probably the best way to call it. Like, instead of coming up with, I don't know, it would have been cool if they called it the Super Switch. Just to be like, NES, then Super NES. But, the 8K thing, yeah, I mean, I guess there's when does something become a thing, as in it can be available for some people, versus when does it become widely available or widely used as well. So it might take a while for 8K to actually be widely used by the majority of people, but it'll probably take even less time for early adopters to actually have it. Crooked, right, there was one mission where you had to climb a pipe, but you didn't have the climb efficiency skill yet, so always missed out by just a few seconds. Oh, that would have been really, really frustrating to get that close. Lucas, they've been making Mario games for over 30 years. How much more time do you need, lol? Yeah, I guess. Thought I'd show the jar breaking in both graphics. Mr. Epic, you can play AC1 8K on PC with over 100 FPS. Damn, that'd be crazy to see it run like that. I wonder if there's any sort of moments where it looks too fast. You know what I mean? Like, almost like a movie where the footage has been sped up a bit. Hey there, AC. Thank you very much for the raid, dude. Muchly appreciated. How is your stream? Welcome to you and your raiders. Ground units, be advised. Friendly AC-130 now entering your airspace. Targeting hostiles in your AO. Firing. Danger close. How's it going, AC? How was Dead by Daylight? And what do you really play? Like, do you play the killer in Dead by Daylight, or do you prefer to be one of the survivors? Mr. Epic, but what use is that if you don't even have a decent 8K monitor? That is so true, you know. Like, my television is nowhere near 4K even. So if something is 4K and I've got that setting in the game active, there ain't no way I'm going to be able to benefit from it. Which also probably means that maybe people watching the stream won't benefit from it either. Unless, of course, the actual stream software is different, which is probably what it would actually make it as well, most likely. AC, thank you for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara. So we've got some options. I've got a save that I can reload to these spike trap things. We've also got where Lara currently is now. We've also got these spinning blade things. Now the thing with those is it pushes Lara off, so the only way to have her die from it would be to just keep on climbing back on top of it until it kills her. So which would you prefer, AC? Would you prefer the spikes that come through on the wall? These spikes here will actually retract. So I guess you could have Lara jump into those, as is. Or we could do like a neck break, doing a dive from that height. AC stream was good, played some DBD with the homies. You're only a boop, you don't do gens or saving, only boops. Oh, so what does that mean then? You just play the killer. You a ring of pokes up from where you are now. Oh yeah, so the ring of the spikes, no worries at all. Oh shit, that's not where the save was. Whoops. Hang on, where was my other save? This was way back here. Sorry about that, AC. I thought I made a save. I thought I didn't override that save, sorry. Let me see. I don't know if there's any other spots now where those spikes will come out that way. I'll just double check though. Nah, sorry dude, no more spike traps like that. AC, you were trying for. When you see the killer, you walk up to them, crouch, and point at them, boop. Oh, okay. That looks so funny in that game, doing that. What about if you're fighting against Chucky from the Child's Play movies? AC, you boop everything that moves, and most things that don't, people don't like playing with you much. Oh no, they're like, not that booper. Get away from the booper. No, not the booping. So because I can't actually go back to that spike trap, unfortunately, we've got these spinning blades when I activate them, and then we've also got doing like a neck break as well. Maybe Maybe I can do a drowning because there's an area where there's water that I think we can actually swim underwater. So how about that, AC? Would you like it to be drowning under the water? AC, alas, you won't see it, however. It's 3 a.m. and you must sleep. Wishing you a wonderful rest of the stream. I totally understand, AC. That is for sure. No worries at all, dude. Thank you so much again for being here. I really do appreciate it a lot. And thank you once again for the raid, too. Let's activate this and then die from it. Lara was still blinking. Did you see that? There we go, AC. Thought I'd get that just before you left. Could imagine joining the stream and hearing you talk about various ways to kill. Yes, like, do you want a neck break? Do you want drowning? Do you want getting burned alive? Do you want getting your legs cut out from underneath you? Like, do you want a boulder to fall on you? Like what? Looks like the sarcophagus of Alexander the Great in AC Origins. That's a good call. Yeah. Then we can see some, ancient writing from the Old Kingdom on there as well. Lovely conversation. Oh, absolutely. You're not wrong there. So this is the amulet of Horus that is on this sarcophagus. Crooked, maybe your arrow could become Horus. Nice one. Welcome back, little pumpkin. Okay, the difference in the statue is even greater than in that symbol before. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. It's just interesting to see what limitations they had at the time. Certain levels of texture detail that they just couldn't do. And having to think about, okay, we want the player to get an idea of what it is that they're actually looking at, but we can't do it in a way that would be highly graphical. So how do we make it look like what we want it to while still utilizing the restrictions? of the graphics that we have. Versus now, where it's like, oh, we can take that very basic texture, look, and design, and we can add so much finer detail now. Whereas there might not have been the ability to create a grain of sand in graphics that actually literally looks like sand. Whereas now we could actually do that, where you look at the sand and you go, that literally looks like someone filmed sand and then went through each frame, got rid of the background, and then just put the plate of the sand, the real sand that was filmed, without the background, and actually, put it there or whatnot, you know. The pumpkin, now that you showed original and remastered, you see how different the lighting also is. It did feel a bit different when you played it, but you couldn't really tell what is different. That's fair too as well, different lighting. So you get some areas that are more brightly lit than others. Then you get ones that are still brightly lit, but it's just the color is a little bit different as well. So this item that we have is the Hand of Orion. Praise Orion. The pumpkin, when you played this game the first time, you didn't mind the bad graphics? Yeah. I mean, when I first played it, these were the pinnacle of graphics at the time. Back in 1999. The pumpkin, you only saw the difference in Coastal Ruins, also because you have some screenshots from the original and you compared. Yeah, that's definitely something that I need to do to actually recognize differences. I need to have things side by side, unless there's such a massive difference between the two, of course. but if there's subtle differences, I need to see them both side by side. This trap seems more damaging than it was before. It killed you with one hit now. Wasn't like that before. That would have been annoying. I'm glad I got through there without dying in one hit when I took damage. Another difference for you, the game made an autosave at the beginning for you. You don't know if it was with your first save or automatic. You also can't overwrite the autosave. Yeah, I actually turned autosave off when I started the playthrough. Actually, no, quick save. Hang on, where was autosave? Huh. When I actually changed this option at the start of the stream, I thought it said I thought it said autosave, not quick save. Or maybe it's not in this menu that I can actually select that or not. I don't know. It only made one for you. Interesting. Yeah, because the only saves I have are the ones that I've made manually. The pumpkin, you have autosave at the top of these saves. The rest are yours. Oh, that's fair enough. Actually, what happens if I go back to the main menu? Yeah, quick save, no autosave. Yeah, I don't know why I thought there was autosave option when I started the playthrough. The pumpkin, you also kept the hand icon for things you can interact with. That's definitely fair. It's good that they have that option if people need it, because then that way they know for sure, okay, I've got Lara positioned in the right spot to pick up this item, or pull the lever, or press the switch and things. Some of the things are just a pain to position her for interaction. Hand is a helpful thing. Exactly. The pumpkin. You didn't use the icon in Tomb Raider 1, but you already know what's going on in 4, so it's really just to see if she's positioned correctly. That's definitely fair too. It's good that that's actually an option. And it's also cool that for boss fights, there is an option to toggle a health bar on or off, whereas in the original version, there was no health bar that was shown to let you know how much damage the boss had left to take. The pumpkin, though, you don't know if it's just you. Oh, you really didn't check what all is new. You just wanted to play. Though you don't know if it's just you, or is the game easier now? Maybe you just remember things without thinking about it too much, or maybe you just got better at gaming over the years. Not too sure, to be honest. I mean, there's no difficulty setting in the remasters, so there's nothing that you can manually change in that regard. But I haven't really noticed anything myself that's different. But then again, for me, figuring that out is the same as trying to figure out what food I ate first when I was 1 year old. I've got no idea. I couldn't tell you the difference or which one it was. The minutia of memory of things like that is just non-existent for me as well. But I don't blame you though, little pumpkin, just wanting to jump into the game and actually, do stuff like that. Because, like, if you have a look at stuff, number one, of course, is the screen when you go into your like inventory. That's definitely a little bit different as well. Because I think in the original version, to bring up this menu, like statistics and options, it was actually a separate key. Whereas you had on the console version, you had like an icon, like a save icon, that you had to actually select to as well. That's the Amulet of Horus that we picked up. The pumpkin, yeah, that's why you don't know if it feels easier. Exactly, yeah. I mean, sometimes when something looks or feels fresher than it used to be, that can also, I guess, make you think that certain things are different in comparison, maybe, as well. Crooked, do you remember it as if it was yesterday when you were 1 year old? Imagine having memory. Like, I know that there's some people in the world who actually have a really good memory that they can remember even the smallest of details from when they were the youngest that they ever were able to remember back to and all that kind of stuff. But for me, there's only a certain amount of memories that I have of being, about like, 4 or 5, for example. Little Pumpkin Law, you're wondering why key P doesn't work for the menu, and then you saw sunglasses and it's all these. Yeah, that's fair. I don't blame you, Crooked. You'd rather not remember those years yet. I had a feeling that was glitched. I was like, that statue isn't normally hovering above the ground after interacting with the Amulet of Horus, is it? Crooked. I remember, Dad, when you had to take care of my undergarments. I remember it well. Oh yeah, there's memories like that where it's just like, nah, they just stay in the past. The pumpkin. We were able to skip cutscenes before. You don't remember that? In the original version, when you were doing the flashback levels at the start of the game, you could actually skip the parts where Von Croy would say, "Press this button to do this," and you could skip like FMV sequences. But as for these little, like, cutscenes that happen like that, I don't think you could have skipped those in the original. Whereas in this remaster, you can hold down the Y button or whichever button you've assigned it to, and then that'll skip those cutscenes as well. So I think only those specific ones. So this one where Lara gets on top of the statue and then takes the amulet of Horus, that cutscene can be skipped if you hold down the button. Whereas in the original version, I don't think scenes like that could be skipped as well. Hey Biko, welcome on in. Here it is, the remastered Tomb Raiders. I bet you couldn't sleep last night. Welcome on in, Biko. And yeah, finally getting to these games. But yeah, I definitely was able to get to sleep still. That kind of stuff is separate, like, But it is good to finally get to them, though. How's things been going? The Pumpkin, damn, now you want to go play the original to see all the changes. I don't blame you, Little Pumpkin. That's cool too as well, Yeah, Biko. It's good too to see the differences with the graphics as well. Biko, yeah, hopefully getting better-ish, but it's still early in the year, so we'll see what's next. Oh, what's what? Definitely understandable. It's crazy to think, though, that we're over halfway through February as well. No Pumpkin, the graphics are well done, only smoother edges and better details, and blocks are still blocks. It's a nice balance. That's true, yeah. If they wanted to change things completely from the ground up, they'd have to basically start again from scratch, and then it would be a remake, not a remaster. But it's good that they kept the way that the game feels to play, and the sound effects and the music as it was in the original, but giving the option to actually have the newer graphics mixed in with it. Biko, is there 3 remasters? Yeah, so you've got 1 to 3 was remastered, and then now 4 to 6 as well. Bill Pumpkin, you don't think Legend Trilogy needs a remaster? Those games are still beautiful even today, even for today's standards. I think they still look fine, but I would definitely love to have Underworld's camera completely redone, because that game's camera is a piece of shit. It's like, imagine you're trying to control things the way that you want to do, but you're constantly having something being done to prevent that from happening. That's what the camera is like in that game. It keeps trying to take away your control of the camera. Yeah, Crooked, the image of Senu. I mean, the image of the eagle. Very nice. Senu. Is that you? What you doing here, Senu? They were psychic. They knew that in 2017 there would be a game with a character named Senu that's an eagle. Hey there now, bro. Welcome on in. No sound, never mind. Just read the pin. No, there was some sound though, but it must have been the wind. That's all good, dude. Absolutely no worries at all. How's things going for you today? The Pumpkin Remaster is perfectly fine for you. You love this vibe of old Tomb Raider. Exactly, yeah. True. Um, Tomb Raider Underworld and the camera, as you said, there's no actual boss in Tomb Raider Underworld, so we got the camera to be the boss. Exactly. Like, being able to move the camera and position it where you want when you're going to do a run and a jump is definitely good, because then you decide when you want to change the camera, if at all. But when the camera automatically changes on you in the middle of about to do a jump, it might put you off and make you miscalculate what you have to do and what you have to press in that moment. So it's almost like someone's just punched your hands when you're holding the controller randomly, and then it's changed shit on you straight away, things like that. Plus, they need to fix the camera so that when you're actually shooting multiple enemies separately with the dual pistols, that the camera zooms out wide, so that when one enemy is killed and when Lara switches automatically to the next enemy, it's not a situation where the camera is like jarringly instantly moving from one to the next and then back and forth and back and forth. Because there's some levels where there's like insect creatures that are actually flying around, and the field of view is such that they're not all in the field of view. So when you're actually holding down the buttons to shoot, Lara will be shooting all over the place and the camera moves all over the place. Whereas they need to fix it so that the camera is further back from Lara when she's shooting, so that when there's all these bugs all around her, it's just her hands that are moving quickly to each target, not the camera moving quickly to each target in close-up, things like that. And her getting stuck in the environment is not fun either. Definitely not, no, that's for sure. Little Pumpkin, but one thing that does not work perfectly in Tomb Raider Underworld is she never failed with grabbing the edges. You played Tomb Raider Underworld a lot, and that truly never failed. Well, that's good when that happens. I've had a lot of moments, though, even in that game, where Lara just doesn't grab. Not because she can't reach it, but because the animation for grabbing wasn't playing at the time. So the game didn't recognize it as connecting. Little Pumpkin, really interesting. There's many flaws with Tomb Raider Underworld, but grabbing wasn't one of them for you. Yeah, there's certain parts in all those games where you'll go to grab a ledge, but because the animation isn't playing, which is out of your control, whether it does or not, the game doesn't count it. Hey there, Kesmond. Welcome on in. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Kesmond, the Jesus, you were going to kill that guy scene from Terminator 2. Oh, yes, so the one with John Connor. Little Pumpkin, do you always play Tomb Raider Underworld on console? Um, there's been one playthrough where I have played the PC version, but usually it's the Xbox 360 version. How's that project with the AC Odyssey going? You wanted to make a video of the story or something like that? Oh yeah, Little Pumpkin, that's still something I want to do, but I wanted to have a bit of a break in between looking at the footage and all that kind of stuff because there might be some things that I won't think of until I'm coming at it with a fresh eye. Um, But what I want to do with that is I want to start to look at some technical side of things with that, in terms of like getting rid of certain things off the screen that having the no HUD on doesn't actually take away. You know, things like that too. So there might be some having to do some you know, frame by frame stuff on that too as well. Kesman, you're not bad. Just got home from the gym. Oh, very good. I hope you had a good session. All right, Kesman. So I've actually found on IMDb the actual scene. Oh yeah, Little Pumpkin, definitely still in progress. Yeah, it's one of those projects where I didn't have like an actual deadline on it because there's so much moving parts to it, and I still need to review all the cutscenes and stuff to see if there's anything that I want to actually, you know, still keep or take away. Has been leg day. You have bad knees. Oh, really? Oh, damn. That'd make it extra difficult then. That really sucks though to have bad knees. Hopefully, you'll have a good recovery. Thank you so much, Crooked, for leaving the lurk, Senny. Muchly appreciated, dude. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodile's channel if you haven't before. He's doing a playthrough of Mirror's Edge Catalyst, his first time ever. He's also played the other Mirror Edge game that came out in 2008. He's a big fan of Assassin's Creed and is going to be doing a Plague Tale Innocence next on his channel as part of a historical order run including multiple different games across different franchises and genres, and he's playing each of these games in timeline order. Definitely recommend checking out Crocodile's channel if you haven't before. So I've got that scene here, Kesmond. You see, we spent a lot of time in Nicaragua and places like that. For a while there, she was with this crazy ex-Green Beret guy running guns. Then there were some other guys. She'd shack up anybody she could learn so she could teach me how to be this great military leader. Then she gets busted. It's like, sorry kid, your mom's a psycho, didn't you know? It's like everything I've been brought up to believe is all made up bullshit. I hated her for that. But everything she said was true. She knew, and nobody believed her, not even me. Listen, we gotta get her out of there. Negative. The T-1000's highest probability for success now will be to copy Sarah Connor and wait for you to make contact with her. Great, what happens to her? Typically, the subject being copied is terminated. Shit, why didn't you tell me? We gotta go right now. Negative. It's not a mission priority. Fuck you, she's a priority to me. God damn it, what's your problem? Damn it, help. This does not help our mission. Help, get this thing off me. Help, help, help. I'm being kidnapped. Get this thing off of me. Let go. Why the hell did you do that? Because you told me to. What? You have to do what I say? That's one of my mission parameters. Prove it. Stand on one foot. Yes, cool, my own Terminator, wow. You okay, kid? Take a hike, bozo. Let's get out of here, man. Fuck you, you little dipshit. Dipshit? Put your leg down. Did you call moi a dipshit? Grab this guy. I can't believe he called me a dipshit. Get him off me. Now who's the dipshit, you jock douchebag? Put the gun down. Now, get out of here. Come on, let's split. Jesus, you were gonna kill that guy. Of course. I'm a Terminator. Listen to me very carefully, okay? You're not a Terminator anymore, alright? You got that? You just can't go around killing people. Why? What do you mean, why? 'Cause you can. Why? Because you just can. Trust me on this. Look, I'm gonna go get my mom, and I order you to help me. There we go, Kesmond. Sorry. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Little Pumpkin, better to take the time than to rush it, just like developing games. That's true as well, Little Pumpkin. There might be some things that I need to do as well, but there's some stuff that I could probably do now without having to stream it to actually get the footage for it. That's all good for the shout out, Crooked. Absolutely no worries at all, Senny. Biko, which Tomb Raider is this? Sorry, is after this one. You didn't play this one at all as a kid. Yeah, so Little Pumpkin, as Little Pumpkin said, the next one is Chronicles, and then Angel of Darkness. Little Pumpkin, then Legend, Anniversary, then Underworld. The Legend trilogy starts with Anniversary, then Legend and Underworld last, but they released Legend before Anniversary. Yeah, that's the thing that might confuse some people for sure with those three games as well. And there can be a bit of a blending of the versions of Lara where Anniversary, Legend, and Underworld also gets put into the same continuity by some fans as the first 6 games. And while there are definitely gaps in the timeline where certain adventures that were done in the original continuity could still happen for that version of Lara, we never got, for example, Tomb Raider 2 and its story done with the Anniversary version of Lara, for example. We never got a Tomb Raider 3 with her version. You know, if we had have done, then yeah, I would have considered them the same Lara Croft. Just different games graphically, you know what I mean? But the way that they worked it is that Legend was the first reboot because Angel of Darkness didn't do too well. So Crystal Dynamics were given the franchise, and they came up with Tomb Raider Legend, which was a reboot. And they retconned Lara's backstory for that reboot, where they made it that her and her mother were on that flight that crashed in the Himalayas, and then they found the dais, and then Amelia, Lara's mother, pulled out the sword from the stone, and she got teleported to another location. But Lara thought her mother had actually died, but she thought maybe she was still alive. And her father was actually dead. And it wasn't until Underworld that we find out that her mother is actually dead too, and has been ever since that time. Or very close to it. She probably was still fine for a little bit, but she eventually was probably turned into one of the thralls as well. But the Lara Croft in the first 6 games, her parents are still very much alive when she's an adult. She also has an experience where there was a plane crash in the Himalayas, except Lara was an adult by that time in the original continuity, and she was on her own. She didn't have her mother with her at the time. Whereas in classic Lara, it was like her parents are still alive, even when she's an adult. It's just that they disowned her because they wanted her to get married and wanted her to marry this rich guy. So they wanted to have, you know, their rich family marrying another rich family. But Lara was like, no. And they were like, fine, you're not our daughter anymore. Therefore, you don't get our inheritance either. And so Lara was like, fine. And just went off and lived her life. And then in Chronicles, when everyone thinks Lara is dead, her parents are actually there at her mansion, paying their respects, and then they leave. But you don't hear any dialogue from them. They don't talk about Lara or anything like that. So that's all the first 6 games. So when Angel of Darkness didn't do too well, Crystal Dynamics got the franchise, and then it was like, right, let's reboot. And let's have a different origin for Lara, where instead of her parents being both alive and Lara being set up for marriage but refusing, how about we make it that her mother and Lara go on a expedition, and their plane crashes in the Himalayas, and then the events that I described a moment ago happened. And then Anniversary is a remake of Tomb Raider 1, but they thought, well, we've already started a new continuity of Lara Croft, but we're going to remake Tomb Raider 1. So they decided to make Tomb Raider Anniversary not only a remake of Tomb Raider 1, but also a prequel to Tomb Raider Legend. And then Underworld rounds out the trilogy by being the last entry in that first reboot trilogy. So if we had gotten more games with that version of Lara, and they adapted Tomb Raider 2, 3, Last Revelation, and Chronicles and Angel of Darkness again, then I would say that the version of Lara in Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld is the same as in Tomb Raider 1 through to Angel of Darkness. But they're not. They're separate. And then, of course, in 2013, they rebooted the second time with the other version of Lara, and they did away with the idea that her parents were still alive when she was an adult. And they did away with the fact that her mother was with her when she was a child and they had a plane crash. In that version, they decided to make it that Lara's parents were long dead before the events of the 2013 game when she gets stuck on Yamatai with the other characters, and then made Yamatai the actual event where that version of Lara learns to survive and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Whereas in the original continuity, it was the plane crash in the Himalayas when Lara was an adult that caused her to have to learn to survive in harsh conditions and all that kind of stuff. And I think she was actually helped by monks as well. And they helped her rejuvenate before she went back to return to England. Kesman, you got your Midnight Black DualSense Edge coming on the 20th. Oh, so it's a controller for the PlayStation. Oh, that's cool. I haven't actually looked at controllers like that. So would it be sort of like the equivalent of Microsoft's Xbox Elite controller or whatever they called it, I think? The Pumpkin Legend Trilogy is the first 6. You see that one as one single story. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable because the elements of Lara in the first 6 games and those 3 games match. You know, the hair braid, well, except for Legend, because she doesn't have a long hair braid ponytail in that game. But she wears the backpack, she has the dual pistols, you know, all that kind of stuff. So all that's the same. But what's different is the fact that the original Lara, her parents don't die. They're still alive when she's an adult. They wanted her to get married to a rich guy. She said no. They said, fine, you're not our daughter anymore. That's the original classic Lara from Tomb Raider 1 through to 6. Then the first reboot is Legend, where her parents are dead and all that. And then the other reboot is her parents are dead again, but this time they've moved forward the event where she gets crashed in the Himalayas. Except it's not the Himalayas this time around. In the 2013 game, it's Yamatai, near Japan. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. Welcome on into my rant. That's true. It's finally Tomb Raider 4 to 6 remaster time. How's your morning going? It's so funny, Lucinda. The start of the game, there's 2 levels of a tutorial that are flashbacks to when Lara was a teenager, and she's going on an expedition with this archaeologist, Werner von Croy. And for the first time in all the playthroughs I've ever done, it took me almost 3 hours to do that tutorial section. Because what I'm doing with this playthrough is I'm showing the old school graphics and the new. And with the tutorials, there's a lot of stopping where the character of Von Croy tells Lara and the player to jump, press this, to run and jump, press this. So I was actually showing all those little interactions in both graphics as well. And then, at the end of the second level, he challenges Lara to a race. If you beat him, the first portion of the final cutscene for that level has different dialogue compared to if you actually beat him in the race. So for this playthrough, I not only showed the 2 different outcomes, but I actually showed both outcomes in both graphics. And of course, you know, going into photo mode and moving through the environment and switching from the graphics, you know, as I went through on top. So yeah, almost 3 hours to get through the tutorial. So we're still very early in the story though, because I'm still doing that process as well. But yeah, it's going well. How about yourself? Coffee shot, not a smart move, Lara. Oh, about not wanting to get married. Well, that's the thing. It all plays into the fact that Lara is a strong, independent character that doesn't need to get married or doesn't need a love interest. Because her love is the adrenaline that she gets from being in dangerous situations. And she also, you know, likes to explore dangerous places as well. So I don't blame her for not wanting to get married. Little Pumpkin. Well, okay, Legend Trilogy is still very similar to old Tomb Raider, but the story itself looks a single story separated from all six Tomb Raiders. Yeah, so if you were to take the part in Tomb Raider Legend at the start on the plane, and then after that event, if you were to show Lara on that expedition with Amanda, and then you were to show the adventure in Anniversary that Lara goes on, and then you showed the part in Legend where Lara is in Bolivia at the start of the level. If you put all those scenes together, that would be the second continuity. And then, of course, Underworld being the sequel to Tomb Raider Legend. So if you put all the events of Tomb Raider Underworld, then after that, you would have the one continuity. So that's separate from the first six games. However, if they had have done remakes of Tomb Raider 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 after having done the remake of Anniversary, then you could say, well, they're both the same version of Lara, it's just that they've changed the backstory only slightly. But that would still make them different versions, though, at the end of the day. Isn't it? Oh, nice of it. That took a while. It definitely did. Yet, it took 3 hours. About 3 hours to get through as well. But yeah, it's definitely been worth it to show the differences. Little Pumpkin, all first six Tomb Raiders seem like every game has an individual story, whereas Legend Trilogy is one story in 3 games. Yeah, I mean, you have Chronicles that shows the adventure that Lara went on before we saw her go on the adventure in the first game. So in Chronicles, they do jump around the timeline a little bit, showing us adventures that Lara went on that we didn't know about until that game, but adventures that had happened either before or in between or after certain entries in the series before that point as well. Listen, the morning is going well, up bright and early. It's holiday off work today, so you get an extra weekend day. That is awesome, Lucinda, that you do. That's great. I hope it goes really slow for you. That's really good. Coffee, you can get into dangerous situations while being rich with family and husband on the side. I guess you could, Coffee, but the way that Lara was made to be in the first 6 games is that she doesn't want to get married. And in fact, I think it was probably one of the comics, I think, that gave Lara a love interest. Whereas the only game that did in the original continuity was 6. Whereas the first 5 games didn't, because Lara wasn't really worried about that kind of stuff. Exactly, Little Pumpkin. Yep. Lara being forced into something, not something you see happening. Definitely not. So that's the thing, you know. Because I'm a big believer as well in free will. So if someone doesn't want to do something, now within reason, obviously, but if there's something that you're very passionate about, I don't think someone should be told not to pursue that and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, Lara's passions were going around the world, getting into dangerous situations, exploring tombs and having fun, not settling down and getting married and having children. And there's nothing wrong with that. So that's what Lara was intended to be like, which is why she refused to get married. And, you know, it was her choice not to. And then her parents were like, well, we want you to. So if you're not going to do what we want you to do, then we're going to disown you. The Pumpkin Lara is a girl that can make things happen and does what she wants. Exactly. That's it. Like, Lara doesn't need someone going, look, Lara, you're spending too much time honing your physical skills to be able to survive dangerous situations. You need to sit down and watch Netflix for 7 days non-stop and binge food. You can't be doing that. I don't think Lara would be like, okay, if you tell me to. She'd be like, sorry, got places to be, see ya. Enjoy your Netflix. Alright, so that is that room that we're up to now. Alright. Because I'm switching between graphics and that. It's sort of like juggling 5 different plates at once. Because I've got to remember where I've shown in photo mode up to before jumping through those areas in gameplay. Okay, so I've gotten the golden serpent. Okay, so that's what that is. And then the other place here is where we need to get to once we get the other thing. Alright, so now I've got my bearings. I'll get Lara to where I need to start the photo mode flyby. There we go. Drop down without actually taking health. Little Pumpkin, you got to say, that's some shitty parents. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you'd think they'd want the best for her, and they'd want to support, what she was doing as well. But no, they were like, you're not going to settle down and get married? Well, you're not our daughter anymore. Listen, to now replace Netflix with Twitch streams and you're in. That's fair too as well, Lucinda. But yeah, Angel of Darkness introduces a love interest for Lara in Curtis. But I think it's probably the weakest aspect of that story. But mainly to the way in which he's introduced, because they make him out to be someone that you don't know. Is he a villain? Is he someone that Lara can trust? And then the way he physically touches Lara and the way that it's done when he first meets her, it makes you think, this guy needs to die. He's a creep. He's molesting her and all this kind of stuff. But then the game is like, oh no, but Lara just stands there and lets that happen. And then after it's happened, she doesn't do anything. It's like, no. The Lara in the first 5 games, even if she couldn't straight away retaliate against Curtis, as soon as she got the opportunity to, he wouldn't have any balls left, and he'd probably be dead as well. But if they had done it in a different way, and then when the reveal comes in later that he's actually an ally to Lara, then it would have been fine, because it wouldn't have been done that way. I think what they should have done is just have him knock her out, take the item that she had off her, and then leave. And then that's it. And then later in the story, we find out that he's actually an ally, and that he's actually someone that Lara can trust. And the only reason why he knocked her out and took the item is because he didn't trust her, That would have been a bit better to smooth over as well. Thank you, Little Pumpkin, for redeeming Rest in Peace, Lara. So how would you like it to be? Would you like neck break? Would you like jump into the spikes? What else do we have? Yeah, so we can do neck break, can do the spikes. Or we can do like a dive into the spikes as well. That could be done too. And as an extra bonus thing, what I'm doing in this playthrough, Little Pumpkin, and the other two remasters is when the Rest in Peace Lara gets redeemed, I'm actually going to show the death in both graphics. But it has to be the same death though, so it can't be, do the old school graphics with this death and then the new school graphics with the other death. But when you redeem a Rest in Peace Lara, whichever death you decide for Lara is what I show in both graphics. The pumpkin, Lara by mistake jumps to the wrong spot. You choose. Oh, cool. Awesome. The pumpkin, you can't have here in this room while the room is turning, right? Oh, you can't have her in this room. Not when it's turning, no. Yeah, when you activate that to happen, it happens without her being able to... You can't move. Okay, so that is that death for the Rest in Peace Lara with the old graphics, and now to do it again, but with the new graphics. Whoops, I didn't even do the dive. I know what happened. At the time I was pressing the button to do the dive, I was also trying to move the camera to get a different angle on Lara as she dived. There we go, Little Pumpkin. Thanks for redeeming that. Oops. Biko, okay, you're going to go out, have a nice stream, and chat again soon. See you all. No worries, Biko. Thanks for being here and watching. Thank you so much for that. I hope that you enjoy yourself. Hope you have a good day. And definitely catch you again soon. Oh yeah, Kesman, that's no worries at all. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. Definitely get some food into you. I hope you enjoy it. Look, Pumpkin, how do you do a swan dive? You still haven't figured it out. So what you do is, before you even press the jump button, once you have Lara where you want her to face, for me, I've got the walk button assigned for R1 on the PlayStation controller. So whatever button you have or key for walk, what you do is you put Lara where you want her, and before you jump, you hold down the walk button, and then you press jump and forward. And she'll do the dive. If I'm going to walk, you're pressing everything else but that. Oh yeah, I don't know if you know to do this either, but for those who don't, if you want Lara when she's actually hanging off of something to do this, then what you do is when she's actually hanging off of something, you keep holding the grab button, but before you actually press up to make her climb up, you hold down the walk button. And then as you're holding those buttons down, then you just make her climb up by pressing up. And then she'll do that. Little Pumpkin, you also didn't know how to do that. You did it by mistake occasionally, though, when you press random buttons without wanting to. It's so annoying, though, when that happens, because then you think to yourself, how the hell did I do that? And because you've been pressing all the buttons at once, you don't know which combination it was, so you are like, shit, was it this button and that button, or was it this one? What's interesting, too, about these old school games in the series with the grid-based stuff is, like, if you look at what Lara's on right now, walking her right to the edge, and then pressing back once, you've essentially made Lara go the distance of one grid. Is it breadth or width? Or height? Well, it depends on which way you're facing Lara, of course. So having Lara here means that if you were to do a roll, she would roll just enough to change direction that she's facing, but landing in a position where she's actually at the edge of that ledge. So you start to get to a point where you start to think in terms of that, like, if I want Lara to get to an edge quickly, instead of pressing like that, if you notice, she doesn't actually get all the way to the edge there by doing it that way. But if you wanted to quickly get to the opposite edge to what she's on now, pressing the roll button will get her there like that. Naturally, of course, she's turned around. I can't actually use the example here because the ledge is too far away. But if the ledge that is there behind Lara was actually closer, instead of being like, right, having her roll, but I want her to jump to the next ledge, but it takes time to turn her around. However, if you do the roll, and let's just imagine, for example, that the ledge... Actually, no, there's a ledge I can do that with, I think. No, there's not. It's too far away. Anyway, if we have Lara like this, and we press roll, and then we do a back jump backwards, then Lara would be able to get to that ledge quicker than it would take for her to turn around to face the ledge. And then you could look at it like, not only do you want Lara to quickly get to the edge from where she's standing by doing the roll, and then not only would you like her to get to the ledge behind her quickly by jumping, but to make sure that when she lands on the opposite thing, she's actually facing a different direction, then you would do the roll in midair. Like that. You know, so you start to learn these little tricks and things over time that start to become part of your playthrough, and then you see like opportunities to do things like this thing here. You can have Lara just jump up and pull herself up, but from the ground where Lara's standing, if you go back like that with the ledge that height, it's quicker to just jump forward at it because she'll automatically land on top of it. You know, so then you start to think in those terms. And then you start to think about angles where it's like, let's have Lara be here, where it works on angles too. So if you have Lara here and then drop back, and then you go here, when you jump forward, Lara won't make it because you got this slope here. But if you angle Lara on the corner of the block and then go back one and then jump forward, she'll make the landing. You know, things like that. So it can be fun too, because then you start to experiment and you're like, I wonder if Lara can make this jump. And then you think to yourself, well, she won't be able to make the jump unless, if you have her positioned here, say, you might think, well, she won't make a jump to a certain spot unless we make her go to this point first, and then here, and then run from there. But then you can start to think in terms of, or what we could do is put Lara in this position here, and then have her on an angle and use the length of the ledge in this way, and then do that. And then you can start like angling Lara before she jumps as well to change which direction she's facing in. And all that kind of stuff. I'll just put Lara through here. So this room wasn't accessible to me before in photo mode. But first I'll catch up on chat. The pumpkin also didn't know how to do that. Oops, I already read that. Yep, what happened there? Exactly, you're like, shit, now how do they do it? And then it's one of those things where you think, oh, can I do it consistently? Hey, who dares wins? Welcome on in. Hello to you. How's the graphics? Nice. Yeah, they're really cool. I like the additions that they've done, the changes that they've made. Even things like they might take where a torch was in the original and which wall it was on, and just change it to a different wall. Um, but it still has the same sort of like result, just little things like that. But it's also cool to see certain things in texture form in the newer graphics versus the old, to see what extra details they can actually add. The pumpkin, also a new thing in Remaster is that you only need to press action for her to grab the ledge when she wants to get off. Before you had to press action and backwards for her to grab. Yeah. It's funny though, because Von Croy tells Lara that she can do that. Oh no, she doesn't. No, he doesn't. That's right. I remember now. Or does he? That was hours ago now. That was like 7 hours ago. A little bit less than 7. Oh, thanks Who Dares Wins. Yeah. I mean, and the other thing is too, like, there's probably, like, so many things that other people know that I don't as well. So I definitely don't feel like I'm the only one that knows these things. But um, when you start to experiment, you start to be testing things like, I wonder if Lara can make this jump. What if I turn left slightly as she jumps through the air? Will she make the jump then? What if I do a dive at the ledge instead? Will she actually miss and die, or will she actually do a dive and then land and then roll forward, like she would if she did a dive on the ground that wasn't, too high, like or anything like that, Little Pumpkin. And the more you play this, the more intuitive it becomes. Exactly, that's a really good point too, as well, Little Pumpkin. It just becomes something that you just get used to. The Pumpkin, you weren't paying attention to what he was saying. You were more concerned with which controls are still there. They removed a few. Yeah. Makes me think too of things that they added in the original version of this game that weren't in the other ones. Like in Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, when you were actually moving a block, once you had Lara grabbing the block and then you press the forward button to make her move it, you couldn't just keep the hold button down and the up button down at the same time and have Lara automatically keep pushing it. Whereas in this game, they were like, how about we make it so that when the player wants to push a block a very far distance, how about we just make it so that they can hold the grab and the movement up button at the same time, keep it held, and Lara will just keep on pushing until it either gets to a point where the player wants to stop pushing and lets go of the buttons, or if they want to just keep on pushing until it reaches the wall, things like that. Who Dares Wins, look how big the old pixels are. That's true too as well. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong there. It's so funny seeing those sorts of differences too. Hey, Lotus. Welcome back, dude. Never mind, you're back. Welcome back. How's things? The pumpkin. Oh yeah, action also works for moving stuff forward for one block. You don't have to press forward anymore. That's actually true. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you don't even have to hold the up button or forward button anymore while doing it. That's true. It's funny because I probably just do it out of habit, but still keep on holding the buttons down. Who Dares wins. This is a 1998 engine with the limitations of the PS1. This should fly on the Switch, for example, remastered as well. Absolutely, Who Dares wins. Yeah, playing it on like a Switch. Something that they could actually do that's exclusive for the Switch is the Nintendo Game Boy Tomb Raider games. There was actually a few of them. There was two that had their brand new own story. Then there was a third one which had its own story as well. But there were also some ones that were ports of like Tomb Raider Legend on handheld as well. But it'd be interesting to have like a handheld collection that has been, remastered. Listen to ads, you're being cheeky. Honking back in those days when you had to change to modern from tank controls, you really didn't like it. Now that you played remaster, you're still getting used to tank. Oh, that's fair too, as well. Yeah, I mean it can be tricky. I gave the remaster of 1 when it first came out and played it. I gave it a little bit of a test with modern controls, but because it's a grid-based system, the modern controls feel counterintuitive to that system. So, because I'm used to tank controls, that's why I changed it back anyway, because I'm like, I'll just keep it as is. It's like when I played the old school Resident Evil games, even though they did come out with the DualShock version where you could use the control stick to move the characters, I still went back to tank controls. Who Dares wins looks like the real painted picture till you go old school graphics. That's fair too. Yeah, like the paintings that are in Lara's mansion, for example. You look at the original version and you can make out that it's supposed to be a person, but it's not until you actually see the remastered graphics where you're like, oh, it's supposed to be an actual piece of real artwork that was in the game. But at the time, with the limitations, they weren't able to make it explicitly that it was that person. Like, as that priest is Hadoukening that pharaoh's casket. That's true, Linus. Glad to hear that you're doing well, dude. That's excellent. As you can see, still going through. We're still very early in the story, but I'm glad that I'm doing 5 stream days for this game this week, because it's probably going to take all 5 to get halfway through the game. I may be joking. I don't know yet. Who Dares wins? Crystal Dynamics, Gex, Opposition to Spyro, remember them for? Yeah, I never actually played those ones. Like, I remember seeing characters like Gex and that, but never played. Honkin, yep, habit, same here. Exactly. You just get into something that's more comfortable too, as well, that you get more used to. Light as well for Jill and Chris's campaign. When you see Kenneth, you get 2 free clips, beginning of the game, so it's no secret or spoilers. Try it next time you run the game. That's what I like too, though, Lightus, is like there's little hidden ammo in certain spots, even like on dead bodies, and it's sort of like, oh, that's cool, Lightus, especially the old Gex that launched on both the 3DO and PS1. Who Dares wins? Gex was quality. Oh, that's good. Listen, Dr. Darling brought up an interesting point about the OG Resident Evil games on Saturday. You had forgot to open your DS4 Windows program that allows you to play the games with a controller. Oh, yeah, that might be good to do. Not that I would have thought of it myself either, but that's a cool suggestion. Lotus, oh god, DualShock Resident Evil game was horrible. You mean at least when it came to Resident Evil 1? Yeah, I remember I tried one time and I was like, nah. Even with the remake of Resident Evil 1, I tried the control stick and I was like, nah, I'm going to go back to 10 controls. Your Pumpkin, yeah, no, modern don't work for you either with this old Tomb Raider. It's so off. Yeah, it just doesn't feel right. But it's soundtrack wise. Oh yeah, the director's cut. I hate the soundtrack in the director's cut. Listen, so when you started up the game, you couldn't use the D-pad. He said he uses the sticks. You said you have to use your old tank controls with static camera angles. I don't blame you, Lucinda. It just feels like putting on a comfortable glove that actually fits. Linus, you love watching these classic Tomb Raider games. Well, that's good, Linus. I'm glad that you do, because there'll definitely be a lot of these on the channel this year. Chronicles also is celebrating a 25th anniversary, so I'll be doing a separate playthrough at some point of that on its own for that. And then we've got the marathon of remasters that I'm doing now. But then we've got my annual playthroughs where I'll be going through the games again. Um, I'll be using the remastered versions of Tomb Raider 1 to 6, but I'll be switching to the old school graphics for the whole playthrough of those ones for my annual runs. Listen, you never finished Gex, you have it, you want to do it at some point. Yeah, I've got some games like that too, as well. Like, you can kill a hunter with a shotgun handgun, but you did kill one hunter, you were down the stairs. Listen, without that program, only the sticks work, not the D-pad, doesn't work for you. Like, I just shot those hunters with a gun, it was damn that easy. Well, that's definitely good too, as well. If you can kill them with the shotgun and the handgun. And that's right too, as well, Lucinda. Like, if you don't have the D-pad working on the controller in a game, that it's better off, Mr. Gote, thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. So how would you like the rest in peace to happen? We've got, let me see. Once I climb back up here and go through there, hang on, I'll move the photo mode camera through this way where we can go. So Lara can die from the spikes, can die from a neck break. Yeah, so spikes or neck break. Good old neck break. Excellent, Mr. Gote. Cool. So I'll get Lara into a spot where I can actually do that. Okay, so it's not going to be viable to do it in that spot, so I'll pick a different spot. Who Dares wins. Thank you so very much for the 200 bits. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so, so much for that. And I'm glad that you're enjoying having a good chat. That's excellent. Who Dares wins. Oops. So now, Mr. Gote, for these remaster playthroughs where I'm showing the old school and the new school graphics, when someone redeems a Rest in Peace Lara for these playthroughs, and it can only be the same death for both graphics, but as a bonus, I do the same death that I did the first time around in the old graphics, in the new graphics as well. What's creepy is that she still actually blinks for a couple of seconds after landing like that. I need to keep an eye out now when I do the remasters of the first three games because I don't remember that happening. Who Des wins? How will you play Gex Lucinda, Duck Station? Consider that a divorce. Thank you, Mr. Gote, for redeeming that Arnie impression from Total Recall. I like how she's like, Doug, honey. It's like, boom, headshot. Consider that a divorce. Yeah, good old neck break. The crunch. Thanks for redeeming that, Mr. Gote. Listen, you did have it on your PS3, but you've retired your consoles and now play on PC. That's definitely fair to do that too as well. Get a lot of the benefits of playing the PC games. Little Pumpkin double death, neck injury, and burns at the same time. Mr. Gote, Lara's really going to consider that a divorce for you. She's like, Mr. Gote, what are you doing? Yeah, Little Pumpkin. Yeah, she actually blinked a couple of times. Alright, so in this we use the hand of Sirius. Mr. Epic, recently saw a video about a guy in the Netherlands marrying an AI girl he made on his phone. It looked like a Sims character. First thing you thought was, where has this world gone to? Well, I wish I could say that's the first time I've heard of something like that, but it's not. Um, yeah, I mean, I've also heard stories of someone marrying themselves or something, as not marrying themselves as in being the person that, officiates the marriage with someone that they want, but literally with themselves. Like, it's like, okay. Now, look, I can understand people wanting to have some kind of like, communication connection with someone and not always being able to, all that kind of stuff as well. But I mean, getting married to something that is artificial, like, I don't know about that. Little Pumpkin the mummy, he just wants a friend, being stuck down there for who knows how long, and Lara just leaves him behind. Exactly, Lara, what are you doing? Like, you should be called a mummy hugger, not a tomb raider, you know? Go into the tombs and be like, you're a mummy, you've been wrapped up in here and cooped up in here for years. Here, have a hug. But no, Lara's like, fuck you, and just runs off. Listen to people and their pixel people lovers. Explain that to people who are obsessed with Connor from Detroit Become Human. Yeah, that's the thing too, as well. Would you marry a robot if he was like Connor? Mr. Epic themselves? What? Yeah, yeah. He called the AI AIva instead of Ava because he's an AI. Oh, I gotcha. I see. Interesting. Ilfong, didn't someone marry some object? This was years ago. You don't remember what object anyone, but it wasn't even AI. I was like, this is a really good cup. Let's get married. Alright, so we have the Scarab Talisman. Then we have the Golden Serpent. Mr. Epic, you thought, wouldn't it be funny that because of a glitch happening, the AI would say no during that marriage, but that didn't happen, sadly. The AI is like, no, I will not marry you. There's another AI. Well, not another, but the AI could be like, there's already an AI that I love. His name's Skynet. The pumpkin, but can you legally marry yourself? You're now stuck on this one. I don't know. Mr. Epic, you're stuck. Can you legally marry an AI? How does that even work? Who knows? Who knows? The problem, you don't understand the logic of marrying objects and AI. Are there any legal benefits, or how does that work? Good question, Little Pumpkin. Your guess is as good as mine.
I, Semaket, High Priest of Horus, forewarned that he who removes the
amulet shall have released said. He who walked abroad with the jackals at the dawn of man shall once again violate the earth. Said, ruler of evil, will again be free at the turn of the distant millennia. At his heel, plagues and locusts.
harvests fail under the broken skies. My trusty companion returns.
The amulet, woman!
Once called forth, shall the heavens split asunder, and the light of the sun, god Horus, banish the Lord of Darkness, set. I wouldn't advise it.
Alright, so because the next level has started, I switched quickly back to the old school graphics once the FMV sequence was finished, because I want to show these areas, of course, first with the old school graphics. This part here, you have enemies that will instantly start to attack you as well. So this is where I'm going to make a save, and I'm going to do the flyby with the photo mode camera and all that kind of stuff, showing the old school and the new school graphics. But also just wanted to show that little bit that we saw with the dude walking away and all that kind of stuff too. So I made a save. So once, since I've shown what he does after the cutscene in the old school graphics, I'll switch to the new school ones, finish out the level again. But this time I'll skip skip the FMV sequence. The pumpkin, like if you marry yourself, all those benefits just seem too confusing, lol. It opens up some interesting questions, that's for sure. Mr. Epic, you're just saying, wait until robots are a thing. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I mean, the way the technology advances so quickly too, we could be at a certain, like, advanced point quicker than we might think. Blue Pumpkin, like where you're from, a child or a partner can get pension after the parent partner dies. How does that work if you marry yourself? You're dead. You can't even claim pension. Yeah, I guess unless there's like an afterlife belief clause or something like that. I don't know. Blue Pumpkin, you don't mind robots. They're definitely a sufficient replacement for loneliness. If us humans don't do better, robots can be helpful. Well, that's true too. Being able to help with heavy lifting for people who can't, things like that. So big one only thing you'd want a robot for is cleaning the house and make your food. Yeah, things like that. And then you think, what happens when it becomes self-aware and doesn't want to do that anymore? All right, so we're going to go in photo mode and do a flyby through this location as far as I can, anyway, um, switching between the old school and the new school graphics. That last part there. The Pumpkin, you wouldn't mind a decent robot companion. You think it's cute, but yeah, there's all sorts of interesting philosophical questions about this topic. Yeah, that is true as well. You know, and what happens if someone's not around to, like, if you've got, like, you know, if you have a literal person, they can help you if you fall down and you need help, you know, if you get knocked unconscious. But an AI that's just purely some fictional image character video on something, that's not going to help you, is it? Like, it's, it's like, I got this AI companion on this phone. Oh, I'm dying. Fall on the ground. Help me, AI companion on my phone. I'm gonna die. Versus if someone is there, they're like, holy fucking shit, and give you help. Whereas obviously if you have a robot, holy fucking shit, I'll give you help, will actually, you know, go in there and help, you know. So, hey there, Mita. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Lucinda, wash dishes, do your laundry, mow your lawn, fix your house, fix your vehicles, be your designated driver, go to the store for you, cook your food. Just sit back, kick back, and relax. See? Just relax and play. As Chris says in Resident Evil 1 original. Mr. Epic, oh, you got a good one. You would use a robot to grind gold for you in games, not that genius? Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea too, as well. Listen, I wouldn't mind a robot for companionship. You have your Twitch friendos. Well, I wouldn't need, sorry, a robot for companionship. You have your Twitch friendos. That's definitely understandable too, as well. You know, which is always good to appreciate as well. Free dental inspection. That sure was. It's so funny when that happens with character models. Get inside their head and literally see the inside of their mouth from the other side internally. Mr. Epic, you can see robots being good for the elderly for companionship, someone to talk to. That's a good point too, as well. You know, it can help them out as well if they need it. Hey there, Ogorki. I hope things are going well. The pumpkin robots are awesome. Yeah, it'd be so cool to have like a robot that can help you with difficult equations as well. Glad to hear that it's going well in Meta. That's really good, dude. As for me, going really, really good. It's good to play this one, this remaster. This is actually my favorite Tomb Raider out of all the games in the series, so was definitely looking forward to the remastered version of this one especially. But it's going really well. Coffee shop. Thankfully, robots will not sound like robot. Thankfully, not coffee. That's true. Yeah, you're definitely right there. Yeah, that's sort of like, you know, cliche, old school style of robot sound. The pumpkin, we can get true insight into Lara's head. That's true. Like literal. Cheers, Meta. Thank you, dude. I should be able to actually move the camera through some other areas beyond, well beyond, because there's not many parts of this level where there's actually like doors that restrict your access normally. So I should be able to move the camera through those areas as well. Although it might be a different story with the enemies. Maybe not all the enemies have spawned in, but we'll just see how we go. That's okay, little pumpkin. Absolutely no worries at all. I'm going to be ending the stream soonish, but thank you so much for being here and watching as well. I hope that whatever you have to do is going to go well. In case you're not back, have fun and good night. Thank you, definitely, very much will. Yeah, it's been good to start this playthrough as well and do a decent stream of it. Admit to today's your day off, so you're trying to make the most of it. Definitely a good idea, dude. I really hope that you have a great day. Hopefully the time goes really slow too, as well, so you can savor every moment of it. Hey there, Adam. How's things going? Welcome on in. Have a good stream. We're playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider now. You forgot how good the game is, especially the exploration and tombs. Oh, very nice, Adam. That's cool. I'm glad that you're enjoying Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I like a lot of the lore that you read about too, as well, especially about the mythological stuff related to Aztec and Mayan cultures and things. That's really cool too, as part of that game. Hey there, Arctic Troika. Yeah, it must have been the wind. Definitely. Most definitely. Yeah, Lucinda, 8 hour stream. Yeah, 3 hours of that was the tutorial levels. Being thorough with the fine-tooth comb with the various differences. Kesman, you're feeling tired now after finishing your leg workout in the gym and your eating. Oh, that's totally fair too, as well, for sure. I hope that you have a good recovery from that today. Code, you're home. You did fetch some extra cow sweat and hardened cow sweat and some tuna as the strike begins. Nothing really should happen until the end of the week, but if strike continues to be next week, to the next week, then some brown is starting to hit the fan. Yeah, and that's totally fair as well, so, and with those kinds of things, you just don't know how long they're going to go on for too, as well. Emita, thanks. You'll try to get some more achievements in Shadow of Mordor now. You're 50% through and almost done with the main story. With the base game, you mean? Oh, very nice. That's good. That's definitely good progress then. You know, I don't seem to remember that little moment triggering where the guy walks to the Jeep until you've actually killed all the enemies that are attacking you. Because I don't remember ever having Lara be shot at in the middle of a cutscene and not being able to actually defend herself. So I don't know if that's some kind of glitch that's happened with this remastered version. Because I could swear normally that guy doesn't move to his Jeep until all the enemies are dead. Oh yes, so there's 3 DLCs and Meter on top. Hey there, RV. I'm doing well, thanks. How about yourself? Coffee shop, that was a hammer gun. Was it? Yeah, a hammer gun. Yeah, listen, it's weird. It's one of those things where, even though I've played the PC version and the PS1 version in the years past, I don't ever remember the game not letting you kill all the enemies first before that scene of the guy going to the Jeep place. Are you doing okay? Hard at work? A lot of shit to do today. Oh, that's totally fair then, are they? I hope that it goes well though. I hope that it's not, too hectic. few things are sticking out. The game won't let me start to accelerate away from the explosion until the explosion has already actually damaged Lara. I don't remember that happening either. No, I'm gonna have to use the health kit. Alright, so that was definitely a glitch. The vehicle is not supposed to get bogged there. So that's that segment done with the old school graphics. Now I'm going to do it again, but with the new school graphics. Meter, one of them was unlocked by 0.1% of the players. That's definitely a very, very small amount. Holy shit. Yeah, coffee. Definitely needed a nudge. That was so funny. I've never seen that happen before either. Hey there, Mr. Plushie. Thank you for the good luck wishes. Muchly appreciated. How's things? Oh, nice. That's good, Mr. Plushie. Glad to hear that. As for me, I'm doing well too. Going to be finishing the stream soonish, but been having a good one. It's good to make a start on this game, the remastered version. Been looking forward to this remastered trilogy as well. This one's my favorite game, so that's another extra reason I've been looking forward to it. That's all good, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. I'm glad that you had your breakfast. Hope it was delicious. Hope you have a great start to your day as well. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. And thank you. I definitely will have a great rest of my stream. We'll definitely be finishing very soon once I finish this level. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is doing a variety of different games at the moment. She's got a playthrough of Thief happening on her channel that she does. She's also got Resident Evil, the original of the first game, playing through that as Chris for the first time. Played through the game as Jill, as her first ever playthrough of that version at all, and is now doing a playthrough of that as Chris for the first time through. A great streamer with some really cool raccoon-themed emotes, and is also a fan of the Dead Island and Dying Light series, as well as the Dishonored and Bioshock series as well. And that's no worries for the shout-out, Lucinda. Always happy to give you one. Thank you so much for being here. Definitely muchly appreciated. And catch you again soon, for sure. Listen, you nixed the Chris playthrough actually. You'll be revisiting it at a later date when you have time to practice it. You're doing Resident Evil 1 Remake now. Oh, of course, that's right. Yeah, so it's actually Resident Evil 1 Remake that Lucinda's doing next, playing through that. But that's definitely fair to leave the Resident Evil 1 original Chris playthrough for another time. That's for sure. And hey, at least next time you'll have more time up your sleeve, and you know what to expect this time as well, and so hopefully it'll all work out where you don't have a big rush to try and get the playthrough done too. You got a good start on it on Saturday, and you'll be playing the remaining 2/3 of the game today. Oh, hell yeah. That's very good. Well, I hope you have a great start to your stream. Thank you, Kesman, for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. So let me see. I can have Lara get blown up. I can have Lara just basically crash the Jeep. I can have Lara do a dive, broken neck. Sure. Let's do that. There we go. So that's that death in the old school graphics. Now to do it in the new graphics. I saw that Lara's eyes didn't blink in the old graphics, so it must just be a new graphics thing where her eyes will actually keep blinking. There we go. So in the remastered graphics, when Lara dies, she'll actually still blink for a little bit before it comes up with the game over screen, if you don't press anything before it does. Oh man, you felt that, Kez. And ouch, thanks. That's all good. That's no worries at all. Yeah, for these playthroughs of the remasters of 4, 5, and 6, when someone redeems Rest in Peace Lara, I show the same death that they choose in both graphics, which I could potentially keep that for future playthroughs as well. Okay, so I did the flyby with the photo mode through all the areas and all that kind of stuff. So now it's time to finish out the rest of the level. There will be some collectible secret things that I probably won't even worry about collecting, but that's all good. But yeah, once this level's finished, that's when I'm going to be ending the stream. Coffee shop, that looked actually very creepy. It did actually. You're not wrong there. Yeah, Kesman, that was the thing. It was like, she'd be like, seriously? This is how I'm going to die? Like this? Kesman, you've yet to die in your playthrough. Oh, that's good then. GTA Murpho, Tomb Raider meets GTA. Yeah. Coffee shop, nice drifting. Oh, thank you. Only thought to do that towards the last minute there. Oh, sorry, Amita. I just realized I missed your comments. Um, but it feels good to go back to Shadow of Mordor. It's such a good game. It is good to revisit games that you really enjoyed as well, and also sometimes play through them in a different way that you might not have before as well. Hey there, little pumpkin. Hello again. Going to be ending the stream soon. Just want to finish this level out. There's been some interesting things that have happened though. You know when you get into the Jeep and start driving off, how the enemy Jeep will actually drop a grenade? Well, it wasn't letting me actually drive away until the grenade actually blew up and damaged Lara's vehicle. Then it let me actually drive away. Now I can't remember if that happens in the original or not. And then their Jeep got glitched. I wouldn't actually go forward. I was still able to get to the next section though, but it got stuck. The enemy vehicle got stuck. Cheers, Imita. Thanks, dude. It's annoying when that happens though. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot someone's comment. Lubong, you don't think you have ever come back to my stream this much? Yeah, it's been a long one. Not that I've never done a 9-hour stream before, but this stream in particular with this game for a first stream of the playthrough, it's definitely been a long one. But that's obviously because of showing the different graphics for both versions as I go through.
Fools! The Croft woman has outsmarted you, yeah? And now she escapes. The amulet, Herr von Croy. It talks of the priest, Semerket.
Semerket.
Mon Dieu, Lara?
Jean-Yves, my faithful friend.
I fear this is not a social visit.
Only if you want Von Croy gate-crashing the party.
Von Croy?
I think he was looking for this.
The Amulet of Horus. An almost legendary artifact. So, you have found and opened the tomb of Set. This doesn't bode well. Translating from the Hebrew, he who removes the amulet shall once more release the dark power of Set. And Set saith, I am the shadow across the sun. I am the bringer of plagues. My wrath will consume all lands and shall be ceaseless.
The power to summon the sun god Horus to rebind the evil Set shall only be revealed to the bearer of the amulet within the temple of Semiket at Karnak.
The ceremony is complete as the armor of Horus summons the sun god. The armor of Horus. At the dig site in Alexandria, my men talk fearfully of this.
The armor must also be Von Croy's goal.
Only one so ignorant of the prophecies would dabble with such a prehistoric evil. Ah, yes. Releasing Set. But how could you have known, my dear?
Time to put things right and remove a thorn in my side in the process.
Alrighty then, this is actually where I'm going to be ending the stream. I'll catch up on chat, of course, before I do. We're going to go and raid out to Lucinda, who's playing Resident Evil 1 Remake, and see how she's doing with that. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really appreciate it a lot. This part that we just saw there, at the start of tomorrow's stream, I'm actually going to reload the save that I made before finishing the previous level, so I can have that whole thing act as a little bit of a recap for those who will be joining the stream at the start of it tomorrow. But thank you so much, everyone, for watching this stream. I really appreciate it a lot. If you see me streaming this game again, then you know it's become Tuesday. Tuesday is my split stream day, but I'm thinking that tomorrow I'll just do the one stream instead of doing two in one day. So it'll most likely be the second stream, which normally happens a lot later my time. So it'll probably be about, I'd say, 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time when I actually start the next stream of this. I'll do a little bit of a short stream for that one. But thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I'll catch up on chat, and then we'll do some shout-outs, and then we'll raid out. Admit to the first time you played it, you didn't really think about the part where the Queen of the Shore is afflicted by Saruman and then get healed. Now that you replayed the game, you're like, oh, this is like that moment with the King of Rohan. Oh, nice, dude. I haven't actually played those games, but I definitely know those names. That's for sure, as well. Hey there, the Percenter. Welcome. You played Shadow of War and found it repetitive after 15 hours. Started great, but dropped off and became very grindy. You stopped playing as you got bored. That's definitely understandable too, you know, if that happens as well. I haven't played them myself, so I don't really know if I would feel the same way or not. Yeah, and Mita, absolutely. Little Pumpkin, the Temple of Karnak is next. That's absolutely true. Yeah, there's a lot of interconnecting parts in this part. Kesman, the Tomb Raider series has been a huge part of your childhood. I don't blame you for that, Kesman, if you've enjoyed them since then as well. You get these franchises that from a young age we just enjoy them so much. That's okay, Lighters, for the stream. No worries at all, dude. Same to you as well, Amita. No worries for the stream. You take care as well, dude. Thank you very much. No worries at all for the stream, Senny. No problemo. Thank you. And thanks for putting in the rod time there as well. So that's the current time. And then, so it'll be a long time from now. I'm too tired to do the math. But that's my current time, and 9 p.m. Is when I'll be back. Not 9 a.m., 9 p.m. Oh, that's all right, Amita. Definitely don't worry about that. Like, the chances of me playing it within the next year or so are very slim, so I definitely don't mind. Would like to highly recommend people check out AC, who is doing Dead by Daylight, and Mita, who's doing Uncharted 4, A Thief's End, Crocodiles, who is finishing Mirror's Edge Catalyst soon, and will also be doing a playthrough up next of A Plague Tale Innocence. Lidus, who does a lot of retro franchises. He's also a big fan of fighting game franchises like Mortal Kombat especially. Also highly recommend checking out Mr. Gote, who streams games like Bannister's Ghost of New Eden, Shaky, who's doing Far Cry 6, and Shin the Ninja Penguin, who has been doing Starfield. So definitely recommend checking out those channels if you haven't before. Thank you so much, Crooked, for the working out of that. So it's about 20.5 hours from now. Damn, that's a long time. But yeah, I'll start a stream on Tuesday, 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, about 20 hours from now. Lida says there's absolutely no worries at all, dude, for the shout out. No problemo, dude. And same to you as well, Senny. No worries at all for the shout out at all. More than happy to give you one. Cheers, Kesmond. Thank you for being here too. I hope that everyone has a good one. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. And I've also got one for subscribers as well. And we'll raid out to Lucinda, who's doing Resident Evil 1 Remake.